and you, and you, and all of you. Welcome to the start of a live stream. Me, and me, and me. Hey everybody, hope you guys are having a nice Thursday. It's 7/7. And eventually on this stream it'll be 7/7 at 7:07 p.m. And one day it'll be 7/7/2077 at 7:07 p.m. And hopefully all of us are still alive, because we'll actually live to see that. I'll be 83. And I'm still gonna be streaming. Welcome back for my 83rd year streaming video games here on I don't know, Bezos will be dead. So I don't know who's gonna own Amazon at that point. Well, actually, he'll be a head in a jar. So he'll still be running things from, yeah, he's 58 right now. I don't think he's gonna live to 108. So it's probably just gonna be like head in a jar. Meatwad streaming? Was that the Meatwad voice? Hey everybody! It's me, Meatwad! I can't do Meatwad fully. I'd have to listen and practice. Anyway, we're gonna play Hydroneer today. I just took allergy medicine and it's gonna take like 30 minutes before it starts working, so I'm just gonna be dealing with it in the meantime. Hey, it's Alex. I was just thinking about you as I picked up my lunch from your favorite local restaurant, Buffalo Wild Wings. I haven't been to Buffalo Wild Wings, no joke, in probably 5 years. Maybe more. I can't remember if I was at, like, a Buffalo Wild Wings or an Applebee's more recently. I don't know. They're both on the same tier for me. Does Buffalo Wild Wings microwave all the chicken? According to numerous employees who reported on the kitchens at Buffalo Wild Wings restaurants, most of the cooking that takes place there consists of deep frying and microwaving foods, many of which are stored frozen for extended periods of time. I knew that. Okay, I just wanted to fact check. They're often prepared foods sit under warming lamps for long stretches of time before they are served. Not surprised. Not surprised. I refuse. Okay, Buffalo Wild Wings is actually like a place where if anybody in my family suggested like if I went to go visit my family, and we all got together, and like my aunt and uncles were there, my cousins were there, my parents are there, and they're like, we're all gonna go to Buffalo Wild Wings. I would actually say, no, I'm not going. Choose a different venue. And they'll be like, but you came, we're here to see you. You came to visit us. We're all here. Too bad. We either choose a different restaurant, or you guys are gonna eat without me. It's that serious. Chad, it's possible that I'm allergic to you because, like, I was doing fine until I turned on the stream, and now I can't breathe. So, which one of you is it? Which one of you is covered in cat dander right now? I haven't sneezed yet, but I'm getting close. Hello, Dr. Freeman. The dark is here. General plan, it's people arriving. Alamein, welcome to the stream. Hello, all the people arrivers. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to talk about Buffalo Wild Wings. Okay, here's the thing. You might be asking why. Because you have to, this is kind of like the pizza test, okay? Whenever you try, okay, I can look at you now. Whenever you try a new pizza place, the gold standard is, after you eat some, would I have rather eaten this or just gotten stuffed crust Pizza Hut pizza? Right? Like that's how you measure the worth of pizza. If you would rather have gotten stuffed crust Pizza Hut pizza, it was a terrible investment and a waste of time. If you thought, wow, this was actually preferable to Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza, then you've chosen, if not well, then at least good enough to justify trying something new. So, you gotta like have some kind of standard, and I think the standard for chicken is, would I have rather eaten chicken tendies at any fast food restaurant and or just gotten Cane's? For me, it would just be like, would I just have rather gotten Cane's and had cane sauce? And I can't think of a situation in which I would not go through the drive-thru of Cane's before going to Buffalo Wild Wings to sit down. Because, okay, there's nothing wrong with chicken and, like, boneless wings or whatever, and eating some nice chicken tendies. There's nothing wrong with that. But the question is, do I want to go park? Do I want to walk in? Do I want to be waited on? Do I want to have to get forgotten at my table after I place an appetizer order and then they don't come back for 25 minutes and we're just pretending to look at the menu because we don't know what else to talk about while we're waiting for them to come back so that we can place our order and get it in, and then they also forget to bring the check on time? Like, do I want to deal with all that for chicken tendies? And have to tip. Okay, I don't have to tip for spicy nugs at Wendy's, you know? There's a lot of extra social steps. Also, depending on where you live in America, like Ballistic Bro says, love the Texas heat dry rub. Just go to any barbecue place and get barbecue chicken. And it's gonna be better. Whatever it's called. Almost all pizza is good? False. I've had so much bad pizza that I don't even know if I could say almost all. And you said except Little Caesars, which Little Caesars is goated, so this is a terrible opinion, front to back. So you're just, like, entirely ass backwards there. How can all pizza be good when Domino's exists? Domino's is very hit or miss. I haven't been in a while. Very hit or miss. I think that Domino's really depends more on your local chain and whether the way that they make pizza is by throwing all the ingredients at the wall at high velocity or actually, like, layering it down there. Because I think if a pizza is actually made with a little bit of care at Domino's, ingredient-wise, it tastes fine. I haven't been to Domino's since they claimed to redo everything. Yeah, I haven't either. I'm just gonna stick with Old Faithful. Like, I'm not a huge Pizza Hut fan. Like, I don't crave it, I don't eat it all the time, but if I'm gonna get, like, what I would call fast food pizzas, which include Domino's, Little Caesars, Papa John's, Pizza Hut, stuff like that, I would just get stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut and call it a day. It's easier. It's tried and true. But yeah. I was gonna talk about something else and we're just talking about pizza now. I don't know. Anyway, we got the whole stream. We got the whole stream to talk. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Feng Shui Gorilla. Nasukin, Wanyetter, Salvage Drifter. Hello, Termex, Metalis, Witch Vomit, Brimo's here. Mikas. Falcris, Peepo Riven. Hello, Disillusioned and Gigapixels. Guess I'm getting pizza tonight. I had pizza, actually. I finally found a couple of reliable places in Vegas to get good pizza. All you need to know is that, like, I've had each place twice or more, and it's been consistently good, and I can finally put the pizza search to rest. It's not like it's hard to say. It's a solid, like, I'm trying to figure out a rating. Depends on the pizza. By the way, Chad, I've discovered that pesto pizza is incredible. I think I just like pesto. Things with pesto on them. There's pesto scrambles, pesto pizzas, pesto chicken sandwiches, and I've never had one and been like, ew, gross. It's always been like, whoa, that's really good. Pesto's sick. It goes good on everything with chicken. Pesto's great as a topping. I'm not a huge fan of it replacing the red sauce. I can't remember if this one replaced the red sauce. It was more like a drizzle, like a pesto drizzle on top. So I think there was still sauce. So I guess it depends on where you go. Pesto pizza's real good. It is, yeah. White pizza with spinach and feta. I do like a good Alfredo or white pizza. They can be a little hard to find, though. Pizza Talk, Pizza Chat is online. Welcome back to Hydroneer. McGoogles is me name. And, oh god, we're already here. I'm not ready. I don't remember how to play this game. Also, I think I'm gonna turn the volume up because I can't hear it. Let's try this. Can you recap your entire Hydroneer run? Actually, yeah. This is like asking me how to play Factorio when I just got coal going onto a conveyor belt. So it's actually quite straightforward. We dig the dirt. We dig the dirt. We put the dirt in the little bucket. We take the bucket. We pour the dirt inside of a basin. Not that one though, because I don't want to mess with this. And then we filled the basin up with water. And then scrubbed it with this brush. But now we don't have to do that. Now we have automation! A magical superpower called technology and industry! So we pump the water up from the local river. It goes through a pipe and splits 3 ways. To the left side, we run it through. I haven't figured out how to use this yet. Oops, I broke it. I broke it. On this side, we run it through a pump, but I haven't figured out how to power the pump yet. There was some. Oh, there we go. No, we figured out how to do this. Chat, how do you, Oh, we have to lock this in place with a separate tool. We have to lock it in place. Stop doing that. I need to lock it in place so I stop doing that. There we go. All right, let me start over. Chat, let me start over, okay? Music's done. Streamer allergies or the streamer allergy season. Just hold on. You will listen to the sounds of liquid running through pipe. Turn off intro music, please. Just let the song end. Like it just did, okay? Relax. First comment of the day, micromanaging the actual stream. Sound effects. Better? That's what I want you to do. Okay? Cease. Okay. Anyways. The water goes in. And this machine currently has a bunch of dirt bricks being spat out from this little slot. This slot is receiving water power and basically mining into the ground. Okay, so it's mining and giving us rocks. Those rocks, though, need to be sorted into... I can't get out of here. This is my eternal prison now. They need to be sorted into this machine, which will sift them. So they sit right there, then they go down. This machine takes off the outer dirt layer and reveals a resource within. Oftentimes, okay, it's breaking before my very eyes. I think it has actually broken. I hope it doesn't explode because it's now shaking violently. Great, really good start. Anywho, so once I turn this machine on, it's going to grind up all the dirt chunks, hopefully reveal, through sifting, valuable resources, which are then going to be spat out into this machine, which is a sorter. So we have put a single gold nugget on top of the filter, and that way the machine knows to take all gold pieces and shoot them into this bucket, and take every other piece and shoot them into this bucket. So like, whatever is the selected filter item will come out of this spigot, and then the other... everything else will just be dumped out here. So that's how we got this functioning for now. And the water is powering all of these with hydroelectric energy. So, this is actually the tube that'll do the sorting. So when I flip this valve, that machine is going to take all the little dirt chunkies here and then chew them up and spit them out. So let's see if we can actually get into a position where we can kind of watch that happen. You're going to have to watch because it's going to happen fast. Did you see it? It happened too fast. No, I'll leave it on for a second so you can actually watch what it does, because it's quick. It's easier. The reason I turned that machine off is because when this receives dirty water, which we currently are sending dirty water, and while this is receiving dirty water, it breaks down faster. So there's no reason to leave it on 24/7, basically. But I do need to fix this guy, because he's just broken now. I did buy a repair kit, and I have no idea how to use it. We'll get some music on here in a second as well. There is a repair kit somewhere. Also, there is a day-night cycle, so if you think it's exceptionally dark at the moment, it's because it is. And it will get brighter. Chat, where did I put that repair kit? There's corks. This is a map. We're in Ember Cradle to the west. It's too dark, I can't see it. It's possible that either A, I didn't bring it, or B, I didn't buy it, but my workplace is just a mess right now. Like, this is all chaos. I might have left it or I didn't bring it. I don't know, but I hate my workplace. I want to just move off of this plot and buy another one. So that's my goal. I can look at the map and show you that we can go mine somewhere else. I would like to go down the road away from Ember Cradle to, like, Ironhill. Not Ironhill. It's, I didn't go up to Snow Rune. Snow Rune's very expensive. It would probably be the Drek Quarry? The Aquifer's not what we want. It's either Drek Quarry... South Hope, I think, was the really expensive one. Drek Quarry was affordable, I think. We might have to drive back to the east and find out how much that was. Alright, where the heck is my pack? I swear I bought one. This looks like my desk. It looks like my desk, too. $12? We would have bought it from here. If I bought it at all. Did I not buy it at all? Repairs damage drills, harvesters, Goliaths, and filters to full health. It's 53 bucks. This is 220 for a tool bag with multiple uses. I thought I bought a spanner. By the way, the devs patched the game. There was actually a patch very recently, since the last time we played, in fact. It was called the Suggestions Update. Let me see if I can actually pull that up here for you. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Boom. Suggestions update. All right, let's get a little music on. Intro music can stay, okay? This is fine. We piled up some suggestions, fixes, and gameplay changes. Next, we're working on 2.1 farming update. So they changed up some features for stuff that we haven't got to yet. Dirt tiers have distinctive diggable dirt textures. I'm not sure what that means. Dirt chunks have different textures depending on the tier they were dug from. Farming. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna get some farming up in here. Give me a sec, chat. The deeper you go, the better the dirt. I guess the better dirt looks different now. I guess so. There's a video if you want to be a React streamer. Yeah, but then someone's talking. I don't want someone to talk at me in the video. I want to be the one. I want to be the one talking. Oh, you can just hold the button down to keep digging? That's good. Ah! I'm allergic to developers listening to their community and updating the game. Oh yeah, but they added a couple new items, logic items, sound effects, various fixes, and some changes. Oh, this is what it was. New options for drop reticule. That's the one I wanted to look at. Because I heard some people bemoaning that it was hard to see where you drop stuff. Does this game have a frame cap? Yes. It's plus 5 points. Where are the options? Oh, it's a drop target color. Ah. What if we pick orange? Chat, what's colorblind friendly color here? Is orange fine? Yeah, oh, look at that. See, now you guys can see what's up. Because I think there was some confusion yesterday with the center icon versus where the thing was actually going to fall. We can do pink. Pink works. I like pink. Okay, I don't know why I'm so snotty right now. I was fine right before the stream started. Let's take a quick drive, because I want to have... first, no. We need 50 gold. I want to repair all this stuff. Let's repair the stuff. So, here's what we're going to do. This machine's just busted, but we got a lot of ore. So check out all this gold. And we're going to get another song soundtrack on. And you know what? I'm in the mood for... We may as well. Why not? Why not do it? Just do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. We got a bucket full of gold. I'm gonna pick up this big crucible cauldron. It's gotta be spicy hot. We're gonna dump all the gold into said cauldron. Cook it up. Did you pick that up with your hands? Do you see any hands? I picked it up with my mind! And now we have nice melty gold, which we're going to turn into a big ingot in the mold. And we're gonna clean up after ourselves by putting down the basin. Okay, and then, oops, we're gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna grab a piece of iron because I want to sort the iron from all the other stuff. So we're gonna place iron on the filter and tell the machine, hey, I want iron. The problem is it's gonna spit all the other stuff back down here. So we need a third basin for this to work. We have a third basin, but it's got random stuff in it. Hold on. Why don't we just sort everything simultaneously? Okay, perfect. So now we're like telling the machine to spit all the iron out here, everything else there. We're just gonna dump it in and watch. Excellent. So now we got a bunch of gemstones. I think one iron missed. Did anyone else see an iron get ejected forcefully? Was there a violent reaction? Hang on, here it is. It's under... It got thrown under the tractor wheels somehow. What? Just too much simultaneously, I guess. Don't worry about that. Okay, huge gold bar. Massive units. So this is actually really nice because I can show you guys one of the mechanics of the game. Look at that behemoth, okay? This is an iron ingot, and this is also an iron ingot, okay? So the more iron you use to melt down and mold, you actually get an ingot that is greater or lesser in size depending on the quantity of ore that goes into it. Therefore, this is not a game where 4 pieces of iron equals 1 ingot. It's a game where you can have ingots that are like 25 pieces of iron or like 5 pieces of iron. And they're valued based on how big they are. So it's not like, because that's what was confusing me at first, was I was trying to figure out, at the beginning of the game, I was like, wait a second, what if an iron ingot is worth 12 bucks? I want to maximize the number of iron ingots I can sell. But it's not like that. The larger the ingot, the more it's worth. So you can just, you don't have to worry about choosing the correct number of pieces of iron. So you don't have to count them out, which is nice. So what you do is, then we take the actual chunks and we can forge different tools to sell. So with the blacksmith hammer, we can hammer this bad boy. I need to pick a recipe though, so we're gonna right click to choose different recipes. Like a sword is just 3 pieces of iron, for example. Can we remelt the bars and make an even bigger bar? Yes, you can, if you want. So then what you do is you can take it over here and then use the saw to cut it evenly in half. Oops. So we got 2 little bars. Okay, I did my best. Sawing iron, yes. We're just sawing some iron. So the fun part is trying to figure out how to get this into 3 equal parts. I like to just have an extra iron bar and just kind of let that simmer off to one side. And we can save it for a different project. But yeah, we could do the same thing for the gold too, or we could go ahead and just make like a ring with like 1 piece, I think, and then necklaces. So we got that. But yes, you can remelt. What about crafting with big ingot versus small? You're gonna end up selling the stuff, and then the larger ingots will go in to make a more valuable craft to sell. So you're not punished. But yeah, we're just listening to some Minecraft soundtrack vibes while we dig and craft around. I like listening to a bunch of different game music over the course of each stream. I'm addicted to it. Yesterday we had some good choices. Chat said Far Loan Sales and Far Changing Tides, and that was awesome with Kinchi. How's Hydroneer going? Myself and Itchybeard are devs of Hydroneer. Hello, Grandma Max and Itchybeard. I will choose to believe you on your face value, because who would be crazy enough to go into a game stream and pretend to be the developers of a game? So, hello, first-time chatters. Devin's chat. Chat's pogging out. But thanks for popping in and saying hi. I'm having a good time. This is our 2nd time playing, so I just getting started. We're just little babies, but I'm having fun just kind of poking around the edges and figuring things out. The thing that took me the longest to figure out without watching a video tutorial was actually, I'm glad you weren't here for the first stream. Because the thing that took me the longest, I was trying to put multiple scoops directly into the basin. And chat was getting upset with me for not realizing that I needed to put the multiple scoops into the bucket and then dump it into the basin. So, people were getting a little violent in the chat. Hello, Salty Bread Fairy, what's up? We are legally obligated to tell the truth. To me or to the devs? Which one? Oh, you just mean as a member of the chat, of course, by accepting Twitch's terms of service. That makes sense. Alright, we need to make some money because I need to repair my broken drill. But no, I'm not saying I don't believe you guys. I do believe you. I was just making a joke. Because that would be a super coordinated effort. And also, this chat's very shifty, and you actually can't believe anything that they say, because they'll say anything to be heard. Isn't that right, chat? What do you mean? Oh, wow, you guys are so good, nice, and innocent. Do we actually have to make 2 purchases. I need the wrench first. But let's just see how much money we get. I love Etalyx. Uh-huh, I'm sure you do, Snorble. I'm sure you do. Does Twitch have a dev badge yet? Because I know they did the artist badge, which is cool. People who do, like, channels emotes can have an artist badge. It'd be cool if they had, like, a dev badge that you could apply. That'd be nice. Okay, what are we gonna do first? Oh, I do remember from the patch notes that they changed gem prices and spawn rates have been changed. Okay. Onyx is still expensive and rare, then rubies, sapphires, then emeralds. So emeralds are the least valuable and the least rare. And onyx would be the most valuable and the most rare, which I haven't found yet. And then rubies. So, why don't we make a ruby thing then? I definitely have some gems, so let's do this. Not that kind of gem, chat. You guys haven't touched that kind of gem in as long as I've touched that kind of gem, okay? Let's put our little bucket here and see types of gemstones we got. So we got these little guys. This is going to be energy. These are going to be sources of power. Like the only type of gem you guys have come into contact with is like a slim gem. True. What about a 5-star gem? What about Pokemon Go? Okay, so we got 2 emeralds, some sapphires, and like a single ruby. So I say, let's use the ruby. Let's use the ruby. Let's use the ruby and 2 smaller gold bars. There we go. And make ourselves a fine necklace. We need to heat these up, though. All the bars need to be toasty before we can actually work them. And then we're going to make a sword. So I'm going to go ahead and get these guys going in, too. And then this is probably going to turn into just a massive ring. I guess I could use the ruby for the ring, but eh. We'll just do a sapphire ring. I just got here and I've already been insulted. Hales, if you haven't been insulted before you got here, then it wouldn't be this stream, would it? Okay, I think these should be good to go. Where's my hammer before they cool? Bam. All right, fancy big necklace. We're gonna put this on the work cart and take it to town to sell. Stop embarrassing chat in front of the dev streamer. You stop embarrassing me. Wonder how big a max size bar looks. I'm sure that there's an upper limit, but if there's not, that would be hilarious. Like, just hoard hundreds of pieces of gold and try to melt them all down simultaneously. And try to make a bar that's bigger than you. Okay, that's iron. Where's the big gold one? Okay, here's big gold. Let's switch this around to the ring. Grab a sapphire. Before it cools, preferably. There we go. Alright, so we got some nice goods. I'd like to get off this plot soon, but I gotta get some repairs done first. And we just got this set up, so I'd like to start working again. Let's do the sword. One, two, three. There's the sword. Well, now that's a sword! Look at this sword compared to the other piece of garbage we made. Okay, this one's so big it's just gonna, like... Why does it always roll the wrong way? It always rolls toward the outside. No matter which angle... Yeah, if you don't see the sword, that means it's right behind you. Don't worry about it, okay? I found a workaround because it glued itself. We just used a little duct tape and stuck it to the cart. It's fine. Literally a claymore. A boss sword. Okay, so once we got our stuff, we're gonna roll it up to the jeweler at the top of the hill. And there's some stock markets around here too, so like you can actually make certain goods and try to play the market, but I haven't had any luck with that so far because I haven't seen the stock market up more than like 6% on any given thing. So, like, there's one right here. But what's it for? So, like, this is down. That's for iron bars. So you wouldn't want to sell there. But there are other, like, stock places for that accept specific items, and sometimes they'll have a good deal. Okay. So let's see how much money we're going to make. This is worth 484 coins. This is, I think, our best sale yet. It seemed almost exponential. Because I don't think I ever made anything out of iron that got more than 150. Unless prices have gotten more generous with the last patch, because that's not quite 200. Incredibly well-balanced sword. Yeah, see, that one's not as high quality. It stands on its own. Okay, now the necklace with the ruby in it. Not bad. That's about 500. Huh? And then the sapphire ring is like another 4 something. Big stack of money. Okay, that's a good haul, chat. Very good haul. This is the most money we've made yet. Numbers go up, and the sun's coming up as well. I would love to get some more lanterns, but they're so pricey. Can you melt the money down? What? Why would I? It's money. I want to spend it. Okay, so we definitely need... Like, I could just buy the bag, the tool bag. I don't know if the tool bag is a better value, because it doesn't say how many uses. It just says multiple. Because if this is 4... Wait. 5, 10, 15, 20. This would have to be 5 uses for this to be better than the spanner. So it probably is. Melt it down, cast it into smaller but more coins, and then sell the coins back for more coins. But I also don't want to spend, like, 220 in one place yet. Because I want to move my operations. But it's a good investment long-term, I guess. All right, let's go. Hang on. Let's just leave the money on the side of the road. Nobody's going to take it. This is a very honest town. The villagers here are very upstanding. Mining helmet would be pretty sweet. 361. Then we could see at night. More concrete floors would be good. I don't think I bought a camp bed yet. That we could actually fast forward till morning, but that's for nerds. I'd just buy the mining helmet, which we're gonna need for underground stuff anyways when we dig deeper. Oh, I need the construction hammer. Yeah, that's 42 bucks. Construction hammer for sure. So this locks down items. It basically keeps you from accidentally picking them up, but also it has some other uses, I think, that we're going to show off momentarily. I'm happy with all this stuff. I would like a fishing rod. Cast into any river, lake, or shore. All right. Go shopping, chat. Maybe we can go fishing. Fishing pot. Construct in water and catch fish. Why not? Huh? Throwable TNT, the quickest way to see your money go up in smoke? Yes. I'll buy one. We have to at least try it out, right? Okay. So we put our money in here. Make a purchase. Just drop the TNT on the ground. Yeah, it needs fire to go off. It's fine. I'm just gonna buy one. How much money do we have? 14.57. Fine, I'll buy the tool bag. It just seems like a better value. We'll count. Okay, we still have 1,200 bucks. It's like not bad. There's the toolkit. How are we gonna fit all this stuff? Construction hammer. Fishing rod. Beautiful. Fishing cage. Loading up. And TNT. Excellent. So, we've got a whole section of plot here that I haven't even touched, and of course I'm gonna throw the TNT over here to see what happens. But anyways, if devs are still here, thanks for popping in, saying hi, and hanging out. And also for making a cool game. I think a lot of people in chat have picked it up after seeing it last week here. And are having fun with it, from what I can tell, because I'm having a good time. I probably waited both too long and just the right amount of time to check it out, because it's definitely a game that's up my alley, but I also appreciate getting to see it in post 2.0 form. Alright, I actually decided I don't want to listen to Minecraft. Okay, let's listen to something else. What soundtrack should we do? I'm not gonna do Far Cry 3. No Starbound, no Divinity. Terraria's got too many boss songs. Risk of Rain 2 is way too intense. I'm trying not to just go back to SimCity again. But I do like the SimCity soundtrack. I would like the Satisfactory soundtrack. I did enjoy that, actually. I wouldn't mind playing Satisfactory again. The problem is Satisfactory soundtrack is on YouTube only. The game music is good also. I'm just a weirdo and I like listening to a different soundtrack every time one soundtrack is over. What about a different SimCity OST? We've listened to all of the ones that are on Spotify. Okay. Satisfactory OST. Oh, easy. Let's try that. I might have to turn it down. Okay, we're back at our little campsite. And we've got some new toys to play with. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct. We'll come back and check on it. How about that? Still too loud? There we go. You gotta try the fishing pole first. It's a massive lure. Or bob, or whatever the thing on the surface is called. Do you wait? Hang on. Is that bait? Or was that... Every fishing minigame has the fake. Like, you didn't actually catch a fish. But maybe in this game, that was the fish. See, like, I think that was a fake. Does it have to go, like, all the way under the surface? We're gonna learn. Oh, no, those were fish! Okay, hold on. I got 2 sardines. Caught in nature's chat. We need a basin for these. I need another basin. These basins are all over the place. Messy, messy, messy. Hang on, we can do this after we fix our little machine setup. A fish ingot. Okay, let's get the little guys where they go. That looks good, and let's see if we can fix this. I need to make an actual incline here. This is ridiculous. I'm on like the edge of the map. It's not a great place to dig, to be fair. All right, good enough. One day we'll have a better means of making slopes. But yeah, where's the repair kit? Okay, let's give this a try. Fixed. Fixed. Okay, fantastic. Let's leave this in the tractor so I don't lose it. Okay, there's the cache. Oh, we have the build hammer. So now we can lock this in place. Bam. So we don't accidentally pick it up. And that means we could probably lock a bunch of this stuff in place. But I really want to get these crystals. How do you put these inside? Because I feel like that's not right. That doesn't feel right. Chad, you want to backseat this? You can backseat this. That is right? No. No help. Do these work too? I have no idea. All right, we'll turn on the water and let's see what happens. Because this is supposed to increase water pressure, but I don't see any water, I guess. We'll see which one of these gets used. Okay, so from here you can actually see how the process works. The drill pumps a piece of dirt. Quiet that down just a little bit. Pumps a piece of dirt, gets cleaned, whatever gem comes out or piece of ore gets sorted. If it's iron, it goes that way. If it's anything that's not iron, it goes this way. Or it gets stuck in the bottom for some reason. I don't know why. Gold? What are you doing down there, Gold? Maybe it's just one piece hangs at the bottom. You need more drills. Yeah, but it was hard enough to get this one set up. It took the entire last stream to get to the point where we have this. And what I've been doing is trying to preserve the structural integrity of the cleaning machine by leaving the water off until a suitable number of dirt bricks accumulate up here. And then just turning it on all at once. And that's been working. Okay. So what we need to do is actually just start saving money. I don't know if I did this right. Saving money for the next plot, because I don't want to live here anymore. Should we get a fish bucket? Machines have durability? They do, yeah. I don't think the bucket is... I mean, it's large enough to look aesthetically pleasing, but not large enough to carry any substantial number of fish. Now, if I stand in just the right place... I wonder if I can catch fish. That's not a fish. That's a boot. But good try. So close. Does it take percent away by the number cleaned or the time spent on it? It takes away durability, I think, based on when water is flowing through it. Which I believe water, like, would be continuously flowing through it as long as the pipe is open. So I close the pipe. But ooh, a different fish. Cod. Get some fish and chips going. Chat, dumb question. Do you just sell fish? Just take them up there and sell them? Or should I be keeping any of these? Eat. Shellfish? Shellfish? Turn the music up a little. How about there? You guys tell me if it gets too loud. I personally bury my first 10 or so fish so I can get a fish farm going ASAP. Anjay, you have a catfish farm? Farm-raised catfish? Is that what you're saying? Make a fish ingot? Well, you guys know what we have to do, right? You better tab back in, because you're only going to see the dynamite once. And this song is way too peaceful. It can't be that big of an... Okay, that's the tiniest... That's way smaller of an explosion than I expected. I got a defective dynamite stick. Buying fireworks in 2022. They don't make them like they used to, Chad. I tab back in for this. I'll make you tab back in for the rest of the stream. Okay? And pull you back. Grab you by the soul. Oh, that's not the right button, but it had the intended effects. It did have the intended effect. Yoinked chat's soul. I'm gonna reach through the monitor and I'm gonna grab your soul and bring it back. You distracted me from the Sims Online grind only to have my soul stolen. The Sims Online? Do they have, like, special community-run servers for that? Because there's no way EA is still keeping up with it. Okay, I thought that was broken. I need to get stronger. I think if we get faster water pumped into this, it'll drill faster. So it's being slowed down by the length of pipe that we have. But I don't want to live on this plot anymore anyways. So I'd like to just go, let's go on a little adventure while this thing's doing its thing, okay? And let's go see where the other spots, how they're doing. The only problem, okay, I do have one issue here. The way that I cross this river is currently blocked by my fish. I'm also not certain. Construct in water and catch fish. It's easy. Simply construct, oh, there actually is a fish in there. Fish bucket. Boot. It's a stanky boot. It's not just any boot. Okay, you just hang out back there. I'm gonna take my money so we can actually buy some things while we're out. And you know what? We may as well forge a little bit more and we can maybe make a big sale. let that melt down. So, we've got to have to, oh, take the map. Yeah, grab the map, and we're gonna go toward Iron Hill, I think. There's also a shop down in Burnscroft. I don't remember what the shop is, so why don't we'll just go all over the place here. Anyways, welcome those of you who are just joining us on our daytime adventure in the world of Hydroneer. Trying to get our baby automation going. Let's get another... Let's do this first. I need another basin. That'll work. Don't worry about that. I got a decent operation going. It's a weenie op, but it's still a decent op. Let's also... I should have sorted that, but it's too late now. Okay, let's grab a piece of gold. If you put 2 things on the filter, what happens? Okay, so you can put multiple objects on that filter, which in this case is fine, because there shouldn't be any iron in there. Beautiful. But in most cases, we wouldn't want 2 items. Hydroneer or Hydrofar? It's Hydro wherever you are. I will always love you. Forever. Make me gold bars. Oop. Actually, did that... Chat? The gold still better be in there. Oh, there it is. We got both. Okay, yeah, nothing else in there. Come with me. But yes, this is a million times better. It's still not automated, but it's a million times better than when we were hand scrubbing everything ourselves. Etal karaoke stream. No one knows what it's like. Just... All right, let's. You already have that every time. That RimWorld song did not come up. Maybe it'll come up this week instead, because it didn't come up last week. We should be playing that tomorrow. So if you want to see more zombie mod RimWorld, zombie and more mod RimWorld. Ooh, a ruby. That's a good find. Let's try and make a big necklace. Gentle. We should lock this in place with the build hammer too, because it's not going anywhere right now. Build hammer? Let's lock that down. Wait, can you lock this down? You can lock that down. You can't lock this down. You can't lock that down. Weird. Well... I don't want to accidentally pick this up or that. Only locks some things down, I guess. Having a row of sorters seems like it would be too satisfying. Yeah, that's the ultimate goal, is to, right? Get this thing to shoot into a conveyor belt that takes it to another sorter and puts everything where it needs to be. But you can't really do that without conveyors, which are prohibitively expensive right now. Because it shoots down, so you'd have to have like a stepped system, kind of like we have here, where the drill's up high, shooting rocks into this, into that, down further. So we need conveyor belts to offset that. But I do see the dirt is stacking up here a bit, so I'd like to fix that by flipping... Uh-oh. 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 Did I let it get too high? I let it stack too tall? Abusing the system? I should probably lock these in place too, lest I accidentally grab them. It'll still work there. Cloggers. Uh-huh. Let's donk all these so we don't hit E on them and then pick them up and then mess the system up. One thing that I would like to see from a UI perspective is while holding the build hammer, have a very subtle highlight of items that have already been locked versus unlocked at a glance. So right now the only way to tell is by manually looking at each item. Because if it is locked, it will not have an orange outline. And if it's unlocked, it will have an orange outline. But maybe being able to see that orange outline or not. I'd rather see an orange outline of things that are locked. Wait. I don't know, but either way, like, having all of them highlighted or whatever, like, while holding the hammer would be good. Skill issue, too easy. Okay, those should all be locked down. Can you spit it into a crucible that's already in a fire? Probably, yeah. But I don't know if that helps me right now. We're also getting a lot of pieces that for some reason aren't getting sorted down here. Maybe the hitbox isn't big enough for that. Okay. So, let's let that just run. And I wanted to make something. Let's just make something with what we've got and then go and then come back and then make more money. Because I need to figure out how much money we need to be saving first. Okay, I already put the ruby there and there's already this guy. Which we're gonna turn into a big necklace. And then we're gonna go on a road trip. Alright, off we go. We have to use this rock, otherwise we can't really get across the river easily. There's the little TNT divot. Hello, Tox. What's up, Vale Fallen? How's it going? Bonk. But yeah, there's supposed to be another shop down here, too. But I don't know which it is or what it sells. Oh, we got water filter hooks. Attached to a straight or T-pipe to filter water, increase water quality by 2, so we need 5 of those. But that's nice. Magnifying glass can see the durability of items. That's 440 bucks, so you can actually get a more detailed look at durability and where it's at and how close it is to breaking down, so that's useful. Are there more crafting recipes to unlock? Well, you literally don't craft anything in this game. So, no, I'm gonna say. But you also haven't seen all the items yet. We're still at the beginning of the game. Is this fish? What is this? Huh? You just crafting a necklace. Necklaces and all that. Swords. I thought you meant like the other items. The short answer is sort of, because I think the other recipes come in the form of different things that aren't anvils specifically. Like, doesn't the Dwarf Underground have a giant forge where you have to combine items to make specific things? There's like a bunch of pulleys and levers and stuff. So I don't know if that counts. So this is fish. So I have fish. I brought them. Let's go see what's up. But you pay, do you pay in fish? Or how does this work? Huh? Do I have to put shrimp specifically? Is that shrimp? To get like a super special secret fishing rod? Not really sure what this is trying to say. Might just want shrimp. Because I feel like if it was generic fish, it would use the fish icon. Alright, anywho. Let's back on out of here. So what I want to look at is how expensive the new plot is. And please don't be stuck. Don't do it. Chat? We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. The pillar's just eating my tractor. It's okay. We're gonna wiggle on out of here. Losing to a pile of rocks. It's got my wheel. Ooh, I'm free. Okay. Told you we'd be fine. This needs a big beefy tractor sound. Needs like a farm sim, like rolling coal, like diesel sound effect. Maybe it's an electric tractor. Do one for them to add. You want me to make a rolling coal sound effect? Oh yeah, well, I'm glad I'd sold my weapon because the stocks here are down as well. Is there any way to read the stock market remotely instead of having to go check each station first? Because that would be a cool progression item. Something that updated you. Like in the mid tiers to high tiers on what the stock prices are. Because every time I've looked at them, they're always like losing money. For some reason. I mean, this thing does get up and go. It's got some speed. Maybe a little too much speed. Like, this is down. Ooh, 91%? Yikes. We can't even make that kind of bar yet anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, I want to say this is the direction we want to go. Bridgeport, the aquifer, and then the quarry is this way. I think we're working towards the quarry, but we can go look in the shops down there to buy some stuff too. People arrive. Hey, Township. Hello, Kittylicious. Cerise Fairies. She's the worst. People arriving as well. Hey. Hi, guys. Direct Quarry. Okay, this is only 1,200 bucks. I could just buy it now. And we can just live here. I got actually 1,237, so that's barely enough, but I got it. Mine. Just don't drive the tractor down here because I don't know if I'll be able to get out. Okay, we've got this huge quarry to play with. And there is actually a small reservoir of water that we can use. Despite how limited it looks, I don't think you can actually run out of water. So I think that we just have to pipe water from this pocket to wherever the heck we want it to be used. So I think it's the distance of the water that's gonna be the biggest problem. Because I definitely want to start digging in the middle of the quarry instead of the edge like we did last time. Chat, this is the place we're gonna be spending today setting up. I don't want to live in the baby kiddie pool anymore. I want to actually start the process of getting the real mine configured. So we need to start moving everything over. I just got a sub to a channel I've never even heard of. Well, now you've heard of them. So I'd say mission accomplished. For the low, low price of $2.50 per person. You two can combine your incomes to advertise channels. Okay, $2.50 each. Like Social Security, chat. 2 of you pay for 1 sub, and you get a new person who's never heard of the stream to come. It's a great deal. Where am I? This place is under construction, coming soon. Oh. They said the farming update's next, so maybe this is gonna be like a farming update area? Hippo is here? Hey Hippo, how's it going? Corey hot tub stream. It does kind of look like a hot tub, I guess. Okay, this is really expensive. This is South Hope, and it's 6,600. We'll go there eventually. I think we need to set up a full operation in the quarry. Okay, welcome to Bridgeport. Bridgeport has some really good shops that if you don't go here, you're gonna have some missing things that you really want to have. Where's a jeweler here? The jeweler is down the road. But anyway, hope things have been going swell for you, Hippo. Stream's been going good. Chap, you just got here. We're playing a cool automation game called Hydroneer. It's very cheap on Steam and it's playable in online multiplayer. So I would recommend. Also, I remember I left my change in the plot, but there really wasn't much. Okay, so we got $4.50 to play with. That's enough to buy... Oh, what about the fish? Can they buy fish? $56. Eh. Money's money at this stage, but definitely not worth it long term. Well, not with the crappy fish and the tier 1 rod. Okay, how about that? We might get some rare fish that are worth a lot more. Howdy, what's up? Beginning of stream subs, who I have just kind of forgotten about entirely. I remember you now. Let me see who goes there. Let me get my notifications open. What's up? If Lost Return people arriving. Thanks for 19 months. If Lost Return. Headless Sevens back for 45. Strange Wolfful pumping it for almost 3 years. Thanks Headless, Strange Wolfful, and Ooze Ooze. Says Dad come back from the store. No, I live here now. I've just popped open a cot in a Walmart aisle. And I'm just gonna use all of the plush and all of the giant stuffed animals as pillows. I can live forever here. It's open 24 hours. Sarion for the 9 months. Thanks for sharing the Prime. I'm gonna turn the music up because I actually just can't hear it. There we go. But enjoy your next 30 days, Sarion. Marshmallow says 1 whole year. Happy year. Appreciate the support, Marshmallows. Mej 0815 is celebrating 43 months. Hi, Mej. Keith Love says yeah or yay. Chat, is YEA yeah or yay? Important question. The funny part is you can't answer without spelling a different word, which kind of proves the point that it sucks. Just add an extra letter if you want to say yeah, and if you want to say yay, just write Y-A-Y. But you have to specify, but I just proved it to you. Because for you to answer the question, you had to use a different spelling of the word. It has a different vibe. There's so many ways to say yeah. You could say Y-A, yeah. You could say Y-A-H, yeah. You could say Y-E-A-H. You could say ye, which is just objectively better. Anywho. Thanks again, Keith Love. Yeah. Squeal Pig with the Hydro Nerd sub. Thanks, Squeal Pig. Welcome back. Hailson says, I've come looking for additional insults, please. No. Sea Cold also priming for 45 months. Sea Cold. Been around for a very long time. Wispacat. Thinking about stuff. Contemplating, pondering. Maritanapa says, hello, I like your streams. Keep up the work. Maritanapa, I'm still here, and I'm still gonna be here. Why say yeah when you can say yeehaw? That's a good point, chat. Platinum Oni also says howdy. This is the best time to say howdy, because we're looking for rare gemstones and materials. We're sifting through dirt in the mountains, trying to find gold. Actually, gold kind of sucks. It's actually, we're looking for, I guess, onyx eventually. Hooks onto conveyor belts and shreds excess dirt to a smaller physical size. Different chunks of dirt. Hooks onto conveyor belts polishes gems that pass through. It's pretty sweet. These are expensive as heck, though. So are these conveyors. Like, I need conveyors, but we're gonna need other things first. Fancy furniture, tools and equips. Let's see, we're gonna need water pressure gauge is gonna be very useful. Reads pressure in the pipe. I think we will want one of those at least. We need to buy some water filters, but I'm too poor. It's 174. Just better start now. How much do I need? 248? We have like 400 and change. Cloutium pressure tank's too expensive for us. Wooden table. Smelts ore and bars, 13 hundo. Funnels things! Yo, a funnel would be sick, actually. Logic compressors, 2,300 bucks. I'm gonna buy a funnel. I feel like I'm spending my money poorly. We're gonna need a bunch of concrete. There's gonna be multiple trips back and forth to here. Magnet on a stick attracts resources when activated? Okay. Interesting. I want that. Scales to weigh resources? How much do we have? 350? Where's my money? You go there. And you go on... There you go. Okay, we have 514. I don't know if the magnet on a stick is actually useful right now, but I almost feel like I need it. What do I not need here? We need to... I'll come back for the funnel. Huh? Oh, no. Oh, God. What if we just walk out with it? Is that easier? Yeah, just murder it. Like, the water filters probably should be our first priority. We'll get the pressure gauge after the fact. Killed it again. Let's get 2 water filters. And we're gonna need some basic pipes. Like a lot of them. I forgot how chill the Satisfactory OST was. Yeah, it's very good for good building games like this. How much is another filter? 522? Just short. Just short. Okay. Well, why don't we buy this and keep the change? The Wilhelm scream woke up the dog? Like, hang on. Me talking into the microphone is fine, but like a faint Wilhelm scream woke your dog up.
Huh?
Do you typically inflict pain on other people? And your dog is just like aware of the sound of cries of agony and is awake now? Am I turned around here? A little bit. What is this? Tools and equipment across the street is housing. Oh, look, stairs and chairs. Hang on. The rake. Why is it hiding here? Used to flatten out terrain. I need this. Chat, I need this. Flattened terrain. Are you kidding me? It's like hidden in the corner. They got doors and walls and roofing. Pallets. Drop items onto this to lock to the pallet, used for moving or purchasing multiple items easily. Mass transit of big goods. We're gonna come back here. How much was it again? $245. Okay, we already have like 100 and change. There's also some shop back here. It says new power and logic. Oh yeah, we did look at this and we're subsequently intimidated. I remember that. So if you want to go really ham, we got logic cables, repeaters, keypads, levers, equals, divide, multiply, nukes. I'm sorry. Yes, logic mini nuke for 2,600 coins. Logic TNT. Logic counters, weight readers, durability readers, spanners, hooks and delays, magnets and displays, smelters and compressors. It's high tier, high quality stuff. Too big for me, for sure. Okay. Let's go. So, I think our job right now is to grab some cash from the setup that we've already got, make some money. Then it's gonna be hauling a whole bunch of stuff over to the new plot. We've already purchased the rights to a new plot. We just need to go over there and actually start digging and drilling. But we can only have one drill right now. So eventually we're going to want more than that. And also, you know, we're going to want the Cloutium tier stuff. Because there's a whole other ore type. Okay. I don't know if I want to drive across the river or just, like, park here, basically. But this is good. $2,600 sounds cheap for a nuke. It does, yeah. Alright, welcome home. Let's see. Oh dear, it's broken again. I'm not surprised. The water is totally unfiltered. So I need my repair kits. I'm glad I got this repair kit now. There we go. Back to work. Okay. I should not have parked here. It's okay. So chat, did you guys watch the gameplay demo for Skull and Bones today? I got to see part of it. I got to see probably most of it, I would say. The new Ubisoft game. Nopers. Nobody in chat's gonna know what I'm talking about then, okay. Nopers and it looked, we got Nopers and it looked boring. So Skull and Bones is a game that's been in some very troubled development for some years now. Because I actually got to play Skull and Bones at E3 in like 2017 or 2018. And at that point, it was close to release. Like, they wouldn't say what the release date was, but it was like, all right, this is a preview build. They had an entire behind closed doors for content creators and influencers. And we got to play like a full multiplayer session. At that time, it was a versus game where it was like, you guys remember Dreadnought and like World of Warships and stuff, where it's kind of like you got a team on one side and a team on the other side, and it's like a 4v4 or 5v5 type of situation. Competitive multiplayer, more or less. And there was like a third-party faction, the Dutch, who were going around in ships and kind of interfere with the PvP. Well, over time, I guess they were like, yo, this isn't gonna work. We gotta do something different. And they transitioned and changed it into a live service multiplayer game. Actually, the comparisons being made to Sea of Thieves today are not that far off, because it's like attacking forts and taking missions and earning basically rep in the form of infamy to acquire like ship upgrades and visual changes and such. What game are we talking about? Skull and Bones. I actually have a t-shirt because they were so like close to finished with the game that they were making t-shirts to promote it. They were getting influencers to go do stuff. I have the t-shirt. I've probably worn the t-shirt 100 times on stream because it was just a comfy t-shirt. And now it's a completely different beast. But what's weird about it to me is, I was watching I think I was watching Co-Carnage today. Ooh, there's an ingot in here. What is this? That's just an iron bar. I was watching Co-Carnage's reaction in his chat, and it was hilarious. Because it was like, I did pile on Twitter a little bit, but, it wasn't a great reaction, let's say. Okay, it wasn't an ideal sort of showcase. And some of it like looked decent, some of it looks good. But the thing that gets me, and I almost feel like since none of you watched the presentation, I almost feel compelled to watch some of it just so I can show you what the heck I'm talking about. Because the most perplexing thing to me wasn't the gameplay, even though I had some sort of reservations about that. It was the UI was like, oh, this is Cloud Team Lore. That's why this is over here. It was the UI. Did you record any gameplay? I don't remember if I made a video on that or not. Because I can't remember if they allowed recording. Is that Cloud TM2? No, that's gold. Let's watch together. I just want to show you what I'm talking about, so you guys can try and wrap your heads around it for me. This is like an hour-plus presentation. Okay, and then it was the part where they're like, just the whole thing, but especially when they're walking around picking up quests and stuff. Okay, just humor me real quick, chat. This is gonna be very brief. I'll keep this very brief so I don't scare you away. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. Just a specific portion of it, okay? Okay, so this was a presentation from earlier.
Our players will come across in Skull
And I just want you to look at the UI.
So
We're playing Skull and
we
Bones.
we are actually playing Skull and Bones. So we are going to take a contract, one of our quests, if you will, to go basically help out the local faction here, the Rampa, against the
Specifically
evil DMC.
the other
And
players.
We're going
Okay.
to plunder one of their settlements.
Just
So I'm
Here we
just
go.
rolling through the den here, full.
This is an Xbox 360 gamer tag. Is it not? Like a huge rectangular brick with their gamer avatar, some sort of icon that indicates their rank or something, their name, which, by the way, this person's name is fairly short. Like, Slayer Thor is kind of a short name. Imagine the people that have, like, 18 to 22 character names with numbers at the end. It's going to stretch out to, like, here. Their control choice and whether they're playing on Uplay or not, I guess. There's just a lot.
Of different pirates, some other players.
And the way that it doesn't exactly follow
I'm
them.
just gonna follow you for a bit.
Okay.
And then when there's more than one player on screen,
do
heaven forbid there's more than one thing on screen at the same time, because it's like, BAM! UI! In your face. Okay? Here it is, read it. Good luck. There's motion blur on everything except for the UI elements.
Carpenter here, and you can see by his name that he's got a contract.
You have to, like, okay, that's what they were doing this live.
Here, full
This
of different
person had
pirates, some
to,
other players.
the control player had to
I'm just gonna
move
follow you for a bit.
around.
And
They had to move around the
I'm
other
gonna go to
player
Carpenter
because they were obscuring the back
here,
plates
and you can see by his name.
because it's in 3D. I don't know. I'm just
That he's got a contract.
like, the game itself isn't an ugly game. Like, Ubisoft games are pretty, right? The engine that they use for, like, Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and Watch Dogs and everything, like, the engine looks visually fine. It's not gonna knock anybody's socks off or be like, whoa, this is truly next gen. But it's like, this is a decent looking game. And I don't understand why you graffiti the entire thing with this massive UI. Like, you've got a compass, the classic, like, icon compass up here, which is largely unused by me, I would say. I almost never use this because everybody, I think, who plays games, I can speak for everyone because I play games, opens the map, tags the one thing that they need to go to, and then goes towards the waypoint on the screen and never looks at a compass. They also probably never need to look at, like, why does this have to be like a Photoshop sort of brush?
Available for me, so I'm going to check it out.
Cool.
And then, like, anytime they talk, it takes over, like, a significant chunk of the screen. For an example of this done better, I would actually say Monster Rancher.
So get down, and we can. And this one's called Steven's Oil Opus, and we're going to
Because
take
there's
that
this
one.
funny part, like, right
Nice
here,
All right. The
where he grabs the quest and then shares the quest. Watch how many UI hoops you have to jump through to, like, get on a quest.
contract.
One quest.
So
Got
our
map.
here.
Map.
I
Okay,
could
found
see
the
all my different
quest.
contracts. I only have one
We need
right
to
now,
track. It's tracked.
but
Okay,
I'm
now
gonna
we
go
need to
share
share it.
that.
Okay, we need to
with
figure out who
you.
we're going to share it with.
You should get.
Okay, invited you to join.
Right.
Now open that. Accept.
Cool. So now
Contract
I can
accepted.
see it on my journal,
It's there.
Yes.
and I see the
Okay,
destination
zoom in a little
marked on the
further.
map.
Make sure we mark it so we can
And
see it
I'm
on the
gonna
HUD.
Go ahead and I'll mark it for you. So we're gonna head out across the bay.
Hang on, we're not done yet.
To a lumberyard settlement for the Dutch. So if you go now to the end of the dock, you can pimp your ride. You can
Okay.
set up your ship.
My other favorite part is when they're actually fighting. Eventually, there's a section. I don't know if I can find it. Possibly. The whole fight was a mess because both of there's not enough space in this little bay to actually fight, so both of them kept running into the cliffs and the walls and just grinding the ship up against the sides in order to continue to turn. So that was fun, but specifically there's a portion where the chat accidentally gets open, and it was hilarious, but I have no idea at what point during this that was, because it's huge. I feel like it was actually pretty early.
Survive.
Finally.
I won't be able to find it because this actually goes
I'll
on
go long distance
for a very long time. And it was only open for like a second.
I'm completing challenges, which is always good.
I did enjoy this.
Okay. I'll go long distance style. Oh, I don't have an auxiliary weapon equipped.
All right, so this wasn't gonna be that long.
Okay.
So they're in the middle of a mission. There's a bunch of bad
Can I
guys.
board him? Oh, I'm too far away.
There's like, if you look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 enemies. But in the middle of combat, while still fighting,
Oh, I got it.
they do a cutscene where they have to yoink the other ship close. Which I remember that animation from 2018, by the way, because that was a boarding animation in the competitive side of things. And then they do like this animation, and I guess they boarded the ship. That was the ship boarding, and then they stole the loot from the ship. But keep in mind, the other player is like, "Where the hell are you? I'm still fighting all the NPCs out here," while one player is watching the ship boarding animation. And they had to switch camera to the person who's still fighting. So I don't know. It's very.
I'm on a rampage.
Very confusing.
Hauling all of them.
I'm burning them. Like,
yeah. You think they set you up?
There's so much. There's like 3 ships stacked on top of each other.
I'm thinking on like.
I can't and then you got. This is, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a World of Warcraft UI mod because you didn't like having to like single target show everybody at the top. So you downloaded like the default Arial font raid mod so that you could see everybody's health at a glance, right?
Ships at the same time.
No, that's what happens when we.
And you've got Ubisoft core challenges coming up on the top right, blocking the quest text. There's just so many. There's so much going on.
Hook you up with a loadout.
There's like 7 ships on the screen, and there's like places that you need to avoid in the water, and there's plunder zones, and
you've earned all of this equipment. Oh.
Anyway, I'm done. I got it all out. I just wanted to see the chat, but I can't find the chat, so. Hardcore rated in WoW for 8 years, can confirm this is accurate. Okay, Satisfactory is good soundtrack, but let's listen to some SimCity vibes. Because we're building some stuff. I just had to get that off my chest because I was watching it earlier and I wanted to rant about it, but apparently none of you watched it earlier, so I needed to put a frame of reference so you didn't think, what the hell is that? Okay, so we may have let this go on a little long. Uh-oh. Cloggers. Oh no, I didn't put a... Dude, I need the magnet. I didn't put a bucket down here, dude. Hold on. I'm leaving that. Never mind, this is fine. This is fine. I'll do it myself. We'll get the magnet fork eventually. Don't me. I was playing this a few days ago and learned the hard way that escape doesn't pause. Uh-huh. Well, this is not great. There's gotta be a better way to do this. I guess the moral of the story is just don't turn off the other machine. But it probably shouldn't be able... I guess doing physics checks on all this is too much. They're making huge rocks, too. Like, it's actually clumping the dirt into giant boulders, which is hilarious. Is that too big to go in? Let's try. There we go. Okay, that's a bunch of ore, though. Cloggers. Okay, well, it's semi-automatic. It would be nice if, like a physics item touching another item activated its reactivated its physics or something. I don't know. That may be way too complicated. Because if a clog like that happens, because a machine breaks down, right? And you're not paying attention, that could spiral out of control. Whew. Janky, but we got it. Oh, it does not like me standing in there. Alright, what were we doing? What is this? I believe this is just a giant gold bar. Let's melt that down. I want to turn off the sort machine real quick so I can move this without spraying everything onto the dirt. And let's make an even more massive... I guess you're limited bar size by how much the cauldron can hold. Because it probably has a max. And that would be the biggest size bar. The drill broke again? Didn't we just fix this? I need to get some filtered water. But right now, I'm not gonna worry about filtered water here. I'm gonna worry about filtered water at the next job site, which is what we're gonna be moving to. We've already bought the next plots. And I've got a couple filters, but I need to buy 3 more at least. Anyway, I want to see what chat said. Look at us. I see you. But yeah, with, I don't know what the best solution for what Skull and Bones should have been is. What I was gonna say was, see, is this working? Because it hasn't used either resource. Anyway, does it actually consume the resource, or does it just last indefinitely? The problem with Skull and Bones, I think, is that back when they changed what type of game it was gonna be, it was like a 5v5 MOBA, sort of. Like, it was a MOBA-esque game. And the MOBA-esque game was kind of on the way out. This is not what I wanted to move. the times were definitely changing. And they saw that, and they were like, okay, well, why don't we just go ahead and revamp this before we release it, and kind of try and tackle a dying genre? Because, chat, be real, when was the last time that you actually played one of those 5v5 elimination games? And I'm not talking about League of Legends. Like, obviously the tried and true ones are still there. Dota's still there. The game does not like me carrying this. There's too many resources in this. I can see why we were having some difficulties. But when was the last time you played a new 5v5 MOBA-esque game? And I'm not talking about one of the MOBAs that's been out for the last 8 years. When was the last time you played a new one? Because I remember when Dreadnought was new. I remember when Battleborn was new. I remember when Battle Right was new. I'm just gonna leave those there, and I'm gonna get... Because chat's misunderstanding. I'm not saying nobody plays MOBAs. I'm saying they don't make new ones anymore. You guys need to listen. We may need a funnel. Yes, we may need a couple funnels. Battle Right was so much fun. Battle Right was actually amazing, yeah. So I say that to say, they were making Skull and Bones in that form, where the premise was that it was a similar sort of MOBA-esque elimination game. Gigantic, yeah, exactly. Like Gigantic, which failed. I was so excited about, because I remember playing the beta for Gigantic and being like, oh my god, this is so much fun. And then by the time it actually released, because it was just in development for ages, I was like, I don't care anymore. And it died. Also, I am going to destroy this ruby if it doesn't land here next time. So they were like, let's just get ahead of the curve. This style of games on the way out. Let's do something different. And Sea of Thieves had just come out and kind of... Honestly, Sea of Thieves is a great game. Like, I think it's a fairly wonderful experience for what it is, especially because it's on Game Pass. And playing in co-op Sea of Thieves is a lot of fun. This is a bunch of just joyous hanging out that you can do with your friends. And you can be sweaty if you want to be sweaty too, but I never played it that sweaty. So, like, live service games were kind of on the way in. Like, Destiny 2 is still a really big game. Sea of Thieves, still a really big game. Right? Go with that genre. The Avengers, still a really big game. Right? Chat? Right? Oof. Big head. My head might be big enough for this necklace. So they're like, let's go ahead and just jump on board and make this into a live service game because those are hot right now. But the problem is, I feel like they're always 3 to 4 years late with whatever they're doing. Like, they were 3 years late with making a cool MOBA-esque game. Like, if the original idea for Skull and Bones had come out when I played it in like 2017, 2018, it probably would have been a pretty big hit, to be honest. Because it was actually fun. Like, I played it. This is broken. Oh, that machine's broken now. Okay, we're gonna need another pack. I played it and I was like, oh, wow, I can't wait till this comes out. And then it never came out. I had a t-shirt. I enjoyed my experience. It was a positive vibe. There wasn't any shenanigans that were like, oh my god, this is embarrassing, Ubisoft. I was like, oh, this is pretty unique. And then it kept not getting published and not getting published. And then next thing you know, here we are. But the problem is now it feels like it's like 3 to 4 years behind on being a live service game, where Sea of Thieves, love it or hate it, like, obviously, I think Sea of Thieves is a great game. My biggest problem with Sea of Thieves is that I hate its progression being purely cosmetic. I want to actually upgrade my ship in meaningful ways and and become like a better character. Like I want level ups and RPG mechanics and stuff. And not just playing for fun, excuse me? For its own sake? What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. What? Okay. I mean, I'll definitely, I play Sea, if I went back to Sea of Thieves, I would get like 20 good hours out of it and be like, whoa, that was a lot of fun. Whew, good time. Which is fine, I own it. I can play it whenever I want. They either just added or are adding the captaincy update that lets you build, upgrade your boat. I think that's the best part about Sea of Thieves is it just kept getting more stuff. So the game I would have liked Skull and Bones to become, right, is more like a progression-based game where co-op would be great. I think that their whole idea about playing online and maybe even the drop-in, drop-out aspects would be good. The problem is the actual piracy aspect of the game seems like the smallest portion of the game. Like, you can fight other players' ships in PvP, but you have to opt into PvP servers. I think when people think pirate game, the first thing that they think of is the one thing that you can't do as gameplay in the game, which is physically board other people's ships and take their stuff, which Sea of Thieves actually has. I feel like you can be more of a pirate in Sea of Thieves than you can in Skull and Bones, which is ostensibly exclusively about being pirates. So I don't know. I think it needed that. Like, okay, imagine Skull and Bones as it is right now with the sailing, because the water mechanics are still good, and the sailing still feels good, even a few years ago. But with Assassin's Creed ship combat, like where you actually can get on the ship and do the Assassin's Creed combos and blocks and fighting animations and stuff, and like swing over on a rope with your crew, like Black Flag style. I don't know, it just feels like a missed trick, I guess. This is so much iron, and I have other stuff too, but I think let's just take these two, and then we need to start setting up the other camp. Because until we do, we're just going to be hemorrhaging money on repairs. For the record, I didn't even really play Black Flag, but I got to see enough of it that I understand what people wanted. But the other thing you have to understand is Skull and Bones was being made at a time where a different genre of games was popular. Remember when World of Warships was one of the most streamed games on Twitch? Like, I know that sounds strange now. 1,370! What a sale. We're rich. Okay, they don't want that.
Huh?
I remember watching so many streams in 2015, 2016 that were like World of Tanks, World of Warships, Dreadnought. You guys may be just too young for that. I don't know. Do you get more selling it to Jeweler? That is the Jeweler. War Thunder, yeah. That didn't get streamed as much because War Thunder is even older. Also, someone asked, Etalyx, help, how does one get a shovel in this game? Okay, so the shovel is leaning by a post. Your best bet is actually just to watch the developer tutorial at the main menu, because they show you where that stuff is. But basically in the starter town, you have tools that you can just take, and I believe they're right by the sign. So like there's a sign here that says Ember Cradle, and then right here is some tools. It might be a shovel. And then you go over there by the water, and then there's like a bucket and scrub and something else. So you gotta grab those. people arrive. Hello, Snide Kerfuffle and Dorito. And Sirius Jones, who says, thanks for the content. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome back for 14 months, Sirius Jones. Also, Dorito is here for 42. Thanks, Dorito. Snide Kerfuffle back for 29. People arrive. Hey. Why Google when you can ask streamer? That's very true. All right, so we actually have a ton of money, which is a great problem to have. And we need to start setting up a new camp. Do I buy the mining helmet now? Maybe. But I want to make sure we have enough for these pipes. I could just... No, I have to move the setup. So we're going to have to take the intake pipe. But we could have more than one intake if we wanted. But one intake is fine. You just need additional pumps to get it back to full. And I want to be able to measure my water pressure now. So we're going to need, for sure, a pressure tank to increase water pressure. Chat, does the sorter benefit from the water pressure? I don't think it does. So for now, we just need 2. I don't even know which of these pipes we need, so I'm just going to buy a cluster of them. Because I know we're going to need a number of long boys. Because this is going to have to go quite a ways. We might need to make multiple trips. Actually, I should just bring the dang tractor down here. That's a good idea. Let's bring the tractor. Because I need to load up. I'm just a shovel. Anxious Anthony, get to work. Welcome, Sleepy Mermaid. What do you think of Elon Musk being a breeder, Etalyx? What is this, you want a news quote? Local content creator and streamer Etalyx weighs in on Elon Musk's latest tweets. Here's what he had to say. More news at 5. I don't know. He's entitled to have as many consensual babies with other consensual adults as he sees fit. Okay? I don't care. I only feel sorry for the children who were brought into the world without their consent. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Huh?
Because the problem isn't like how many babies do you have. It's just like imagine being Elon Musk's like 9th child, okay? And you're going through school and it's like, oh my god, that kid's last name is Musk. And there's no question, right? You've never met anybody else with the last name Musk. It's obvious. I'm like, oh my god, is Elon your dad? It's like, I am the 9th child. I just want to escape. I want to get away from this reputation. Okay, but you probably get a Tesla for your 16th. Imagine having the last name Musk. What's worse, chat? Being a Musk and actually being Elon's kid, or being a Musk and not being Elon's kid. Okay, because on the one hand, you're like, your probably first reaction is definitely being Elon's kid. But I say, that does suck, but at least there's a chance that you're financially taken care of for the rest of your life. The second one, you both have to deny being Elon's kid, still carry with you the name Musk, and you don't get any money. So, I'm just gonna say that one's probably worse. Listen, as far as their first names go, they can legally change them whenever they come of age, okay? So, like, that's Not off the table. Hang on. I'm trying to find... I'm trying to think of a situation in which there was a family member who lived in the shadow of their more successful parents or siblings, and then ended up just because the Olsens, Elizabeth Olsen. Okay, see, if I was a Musk child, I would just strive to be Elizabeth Olsen. You know, like you have like a really high chance and probability of being taken seriously by people with money to do whatever you want. Let me blow my nose. Great evil origin story. Here's the thing. Give it like 10 years and there's going to be a reality show called The Musks. Okay? Watch. And it's going to be all the kids on reality TV. Maybe not even 10 years. Meet the Musks. Uh-huh. Cut his mic. All right, how am I gonna haul this? We need more, maybe another T intersection. Definitely we need some elbows. Huh? A lot of them, probably. I don't know how many. Huh? Huh? I both love and hate that you have to do all this yourself. I love it more. What do we have? 3 elbows? I don't think that's enough. We need to go all over the place because the quarry is huge. Okay, here's 5. Huh? Let's make it 6. We're definitely gonna need more straight pieces. That's 9. This is 10. Let's just start here. That's $500 of just pipes alone. We still have 1,100 left over. Load the chat. Load those into my tractor, please. All right, let me just see. How old is the oldest Musk? Wait, no, not... This is not what I was looking... The oldest Musk is at the age of 74. Mae Musk has become the oldest woman to grace the cover of Sports Illustrated Swimsuit magazine. The Canadian-South African model and mother of billionaire Elon Musk appeared in the annual swimsuit issue cover. I did search for oldest Musk, but that's not what I meant. Oldest Musk child. I don't want to meet his 10 children and their mothers, but here we go, down the rabbit hole. Okay, there's a trio, triplet sons, who are now 16 years old. Okay, so I think 16's the oldest. And then there's newborns. In, what, November 2021? So 16 years apart. Okay, hey. Try to help me move all this stuff. The good news is it stacks easier in here. Huh? Hang on. Did chat say she looks like Yzma? As in, like, the Emperor's New Groove? Yzma. Yzma.
This guy's trying to lead you down the path of righteousness. I'm trying to lead you down the path that rocks.
That Yzma? That was pretty close. Well, it's tough because they actually used a filter over the voice, so I don't have a mechanical assist. I could probably get a little closer if I heard the clip first. But you're talking about the best animated movie that's ever been made? But yes, that Yzma. Okay. I want to go stealth mode right now. Chat, I think we're just gonna load everything that we've got up into the tractor. Is that an underrated movie? I've never heard anyone say it's not great. I guess we should cross the river then. Sometimes easier said than done. There we go. Oh! Oh! Alright, we're good. It's all part of the plan, chat. SnowRunner. I want to play SnowRunner. I've never seen Emperor's New Groove in English. I saw it in Spanish class in high school. That'd be a fun movie to watch in Spanish. But yeah, it's probably my favorite one. Kronk's New Groove is great. I didn't know there was a sequel. But it's funny that they made it all about Kronk. Okay, God, here's what we gotta do. We don't have to take, we just take everything, because I'm abandoning this outpost. You can't do that. You have to go in. Stop doing that! It's a bucket, for God's sakes. Bucket not large enough. Actually not large enough. Okay, the bucket may be at capacity. I was well-intentioned, but ultimately naive. Let's get a gemstone bucket. Emergent gameplay. More or less. Actually, yes. The one thing... Ooh, we need to stop and buy a rake. For sure. Which I did find. We're packing up the entire camp. Okay, so we gotta right-click all this. To unstick it. There we go, and then around the corner. I'm actually very excited because this is the part of the game where we're going to make a nice, good-looking base. Because we're gonna have all the tools that we need. For once. Alright. And we got extra money to spend if we wanted to. So give me the bucket. Alright, we might have to take a couple separate trips for the resources. Put them in basins instead of buckets. Mega base. Uh-huh. Alright, you come with me, Furnace. We're gonna actually set up on proper concretes. We're gonna smoothen out tiles. We're gonna dig multi-level mines. We're gonna get automation. More so than we have right now, in fact. Get all my tools, because I'm moving out. Get my lanterns. Brush, just in case you need it. You never know. Don't leave home without it. There's my saw. Unpacking this is going to be very interesting. Shovel for manual labor. Okay. I don't know why that's here, but we're gonna leave it for now. I forgot there's a whole scatter smatter of iron down there. God, we need to do something with this. It's breaking the game. Chad, let's talk about something else while I move all these things, because it's gonna take some time. We're going on vacation and we're never coming back. Let's talk about something that's not Elon Musk. Please, God. Why don't you get one of the moving pallets? Because you still have to break everything down and put it on something. I don't know if that actually makes that easier right now. How long do you think it should take a spider bite to heal? I've had this thing for 2 weeks. Is it getting larger and starting to turn a different skin shade? By chance? Is there a hunger system, or why do you have a lobster crab cage? I believe there are rare fish that are worth money / secrets or something. So I would say that something to do with that. And there might be recipes. I don't know. Not for cooking, but like for crafting things to sell or something. Are you succumbing to necrosis? Uh-huh. Hopefully not. Chat, I hope you guys are all well and your spider bites heal incredibly fast. I almost bought Monster Hunter Rise. I stopped myself. I was gonna buy it on Switch, because I was just like, you know what? It'd be fun to just have a nice little Switch game, especially Monster Hunter, but I didn't do it. And now it's not on sale anymore. I still have okay, if you could only choose one game in the Monster Hunter franchise to go back to right now, would you do Monster Hunter Rise or Monster Hunter World? Because World has Iceborne, right? And then Rise got Sunbreak. So, like, what's the difference? We got Rise is better than World, Monster Hunter World, World. I like Rise because it's more classic. Monster Hunter World. Rise movement's too good compared to World. Okay, a lot. Uh-oh. We need some more basins, chat. He knows. Huh? Huh? Okay, give me a lantern at least to check and see what the hell's going on here. Oh no, well, I guess this is fine. Don't worry about that. How long? It bounced out! This could take a minute. Huh? Alright, chat says, I have both and played both. I like them equally. I like the world for aesthetics. Rise is faster experience, not much downtime of running after monsters. Generally more fun. Huh? This is so much free resources, though. If we just simply... It keeps bouncing out, though. But if you just pour this into a cleaner and the sorter, you're gonna... Alright, I'm coming back. I'll come back for the rock pile. How the hell are you doing that? Dude, just stay in the back. Look, there, it's easy. All right, it's easy. Relax. Nopers. I need the mining helmet, yeah. That will be one of my next purchases. We can also just sleep through night, but that's lame. Okay, do we have more or less everything except the basins? And the concrete. We're abandoning the first mine. That doesn't even carry dirt. He doesn't know. How do you actually carry it? I don't want to use 1,000 buckets. Does that work? I don't think so. Well, there's so much stuff here, my game is lagging. We could just... There's a complicated way to do it. Movement is nice in Rise, but you have to truly hunt the monsters in World. I think that's fair. The floating dirt might be causing some frame issues here, but, alright, I think we've got what we need except for these guys, which I can't seem to pick up, but they're super cheap anyway, so I'm gonna leave that and come back for all the iron. Alright, give me the fishing rod. I don't... This thing is technically working. We're just gonna take it with us anyways. What about the cart? Am I gonna have to walk with the cart all the way back? I do like the cart. It's convenient. Alright, I need the buckets and the basins. Game is very unhappy with the number of stuff that's in. I am actively tanking the frames by moving everything. Okay, we're gonna just do our best, chat. We're gonna do our best. FPS, be damned right now. Okay, don't worry. We're gonna get there, and we're gonna be fine, and we're gonna unload everything, and we're gonna get all the frames back. I'm gonna leave one bucket. I might be weighing down the tractor. Okay. Chat, you may have to bear with the 15 FPS experience that we have right now. Once we unload, I think it'll get better. As long as we don't get stuck. What was that? What was that noise? The furnace? Okay, we already bought the next plot of land. The human eye can only see these 15 frames anyways. feel like the truck is listing to the right. Maybe not. The bucket's filled up? Oh yeah. The bucket's filled up. That's funny. Whoa. He's playing Hydroneer on Switch. Don't do the Switch dirty like that. Anyways, I do already have World. I guess I don't know. Was Iceborne? I guess I may have Iceborne because I think it was free on PlayStation Plus. And I wouldn't mind going back to it, but I also do have an inkling to want to play on Switch and try Rise. Because I like movement. I do like movement because the little mosquito spear was really fun in World. But the attacks, I got tired of the attack rotation, but I enjoyed jumping around. Here's my question. If I drive the tractor down here... God, the frames. If I drive the tractor down here, can I get out? Or am I stranded? Because I have to drive it down here. I know you guys can't see shit right now. I'm stuck going downhill. That's probably not good. Okay, I should buy a cot so we can sleep to daytime. Oh, I need to go buy a rake. Where's the money? It's somewhere in this pile. Let's unload the truck first. One item at a time. It is full of water. Yeah, they did fill up. Okay, so our little pool of water is back here, actually. Where am I? Our little pool of water is back here, actually. Fishy? Come with me. I want to play Sunbreak, but I got Rise on Switch at launch, and I don't want to play on Switch anymore. Too bad. Now you have to. Okay, the Forge Iron Harvester we're just going to set to the side, because I don't know where... Monka S. There's the drill. Ooh, water intake. We can go ahead and set this up. And this is why we're gonna need so gosh darn many pipes. It's a pipe that pumps water back into its own boat. This is the equivalent of using a tiny bucket, a water bucket, to try and fix a leak in your ship. This is the SimCity disaster music. That's why you guys are monk-assing. Okay, so we're gonna get stuff out. And then set it up where we can actually use it where we need it. We need a tool rack. There's a shovel. There's this guy. A little cauldron. Okay, we got the toolkit. Let's get one of the... Where's the other lantern? There we go. Good thing he's doing this at night so we can't see what he's doing. Yeah, that way you can't criticize it. Also, you guys might want to turn your contrast up, because I can actually see everything, but maybe it's compression that makes it so you can't. But I can see... Alright, just some rogue buckets. that have water in them. This basin may actually have... Nope. Every time I tune into Etalyx playing this, it's so dang dark. Well, you gotta stay here longer than 10 minutes. Turn up brightness in OBS. It didn't even change anything. I tried to add a filter, but it didn't do anything. Oh, I know why. Here you go, chat. Good enough? That better? Can you see stuff now? Turn brightness up, you said, right? There you go. It's just like daytime. This is how people played Rust before the nighttime update. I felt my eyeballs adjust. Okay, so we're gonna need... I'm not actually gonna leave it that high. I was just joking! There you go, chat. Remind me to turn that back down. Okay, remind me to turn this back down when it's daytime. I'm trying to get it closer to what I actually see. Because I actually see something closer to, like... that, I guess? Literal night and day difference. Alright, let's get the pile of tubes. Such ambiance now, I know, right? Look, it's so pretty! So what is the deal with all of the old movies getting turned back into video games? There was a cinematic CG trailer today for a supposed Terminator game. That I think it's a Terminator survival game. And then simultaneously there's also a RoboCop game that's been announced. For some reason. People are running out of series ideas. Well, here's the thing. Is the Terminator game going to be terrible? Yes. But is there potential for a good Terminator survival game? Also, yes. That's the dichotomy, because somewhere the pitch was made and it made perfect sense. Because imagine being like a human character in a world of Terminators and having to survive. Like, to me, if done correctly, which it won't be, that's the next best thing since zombies as a genre rose to popularity. That would be really cool, right? Just being a weenie human trying to survive against actual Terminators, and they're just overwhelmingly powerful, and you're having to, like, find hideouts and make secret bases and go scavenge for resources, and they're blowing through walls like a destruction engine. Like Battlefield Bad Company style, where they're just like, or teardown, like I know that's different entirely, but yeah, like a big destruction style system would be really sweet with that. I don't know about RoboCop though. I think there was a RoboCop gameplay trailer. I didn't watch it though. Terminator survival with time travel. I don't think that there should probably be time travel. It's too confusing. Time travel genre of video games always amounts to a puzzle game where you do a thing and then it becomes Braid. This is gonna be a gargantuan project. But also, it's going to be very rewarding once we eventually get all this stuff unpacked. I hope for a Judge Dredd game. I feel like the only people I would trust to make a Judge Dredd game do not have any real single-player experience with... Well, okay, they have single-player experience, but not in the way I want. I would give Judge Dredd as an IP to Fat Shark. Okay? Because from what I've seen of Darktide and Vermintide, of course, if they could somehow craft a single-player experience with that sort of visceral... kinetic combat and stuff like that, where you, I don't know, but you would need like some investigative aspects as well, because Judge Dredd is action, but it's also sort of like, not mystery, but there's usually people elements, like communication, conversation, RPG stuff. Like, if it wasn't for Cyberpunk being Cyberpunk, I would have said Cyberpunk / CD Projekt Red would be good for the Judge Dredd universe. They'd probably still get the aesthetics. It would just need way better gameplay / gunplay. Judge Dredd is Phoenix Wright and Doom mashup we've all been waiting for. I think so, Anjay. I think so. I think it'd be interesting if there were like solitary roaming Terminators as opposed to zombie horde stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I was imagining. Where the zombies are a horde, the Terminator is like one person, you know? Like you get a beep on the motion sensors and it's like, oh shit, there's a Terminator close by. Kind of like Alien. Like Alien versus not versus Predator, but like Alien from the property Alien. That kind of survival game would be cool. They should work together. RoboCop and Judge Dredd in a co-op game? Is that what you're saying? But yeah, I think there's a propensity to turn these games into kind of like action shooters instead of trying to have a unique take on the genre. You can still have a survival game that cribs a lot of the elements from others in the genre, and that's fine. Judge Dredd is a one-weapon Andy. Okay, but hear me out. If you just have one weapon in your game, but you make it as badass as you possibly can, is that better than having like 30 weapons that all kinda suck a little bit? You can spend the entire development budget for gameplay on making that one weapon as cool as possible. But that weapon is like 10 weapons in one. Yeah, it has alternate firing modes. What's another game that has like a single weapon but it has a ton of firing modes? In a video game. I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, Metroid, yeah, but shooting in Metroid has never been fun, so... Oh! Oh! How dare you! How dare you! Control, I guess. Control cheated, though. It was one weapon, but it was, like, actually not one weapon, because it was like, here's the shotgun. Here's the SMG. So I don't really know if I count that. Because it's just one weapon in name only. There's my money. Alright, there's the construction hammer. Try to get the tools out here. We're almost done, and we can actually start building and digging. Where's this? Oh, okay, sun is coming up. I feel like it's taking forever. Devil May Cry, but Dante is a gun. Kind of fair. I have thought about I did think about buying Devil May Cry 5 again because I've been wanting to play it, but I think I'm just going to wait till I get a Steam Deck and then just, I have the Steam copy already, so I'm just going to play that instead. Steam Deck will save me a lot of money rebuying games. Like Civ. I almost bought Civ on Switch, but why buy Civ when I could just wait for Steam Deck? Civ on Switch was like $7. Like, it's so cheap that I can't even be mad if it doesn't run amazingly. So, I didn't really care that much if it ran amazing or not. I just got my Steam Deck. How dare you come in here and brag to me, Zero Rig? Alright, chat, the truck is unloaded. Hallelujah. Okay. Let's, come back to this. We're gonna do a mission to see if we can actually get this tractor out of this pit. Because I need to buy a rake, and I would like to buy some more filters, so we can actually have a fully, like, 10 out of 10 filtration system. Oh, you can get it out of here, nice. Frame rate is back, too, that's lovely. It actually wasn't this way, it's to the right. Judge Dredd versus Terminator versus RoboCop versus Alien versus Predator versus Godzilla versus King Kong. Okay, but hear me out. You're onto something. Pit, Terminator, Judge Dredd, RoboCop, and Predator, because Alien doesn't make sense, in a Spider-Man No Way Home scenario, and they end up in a world where Godzilla is running rampant, and they have to team up. For the ultimate hunt. What have I just tuned into? What have I just tuned into? Okay, this is the wrong shop. We need the money. So, Fortnite. Yeah. So, Fortnite. Battle to LA? The battle for LA? Is that what you're talking about? Transformers in the Marvel Universe. Okay, but more Transformers... I feel like I would be fine with a Transformers soft reboot. Like, if they gave Transformers the Spider-Man treatment and just gave it to a different director and were like, start over. And I'm not talking about Bumblebee, because Bumblebee was a fine movie. I enjoyed it. I'm talking about full Transformers. I'm ready for a reboot. The problem is, the Optimus Prime that they had was perfect, and I don't know if you can do him better. Maybe make him more old school, and less, like, shiny and detailed. Keep the same voice. Well, was I gonna buy anything else here? There is another shop. What is that? What does that text say? It's blue. Itchy carts? What is itchy carts? Oh, you can buy a wooden cart for 740? It's agile. Or fast. Wait, what is agile versus fast? Are they actually fast? Regular wooden cart, that's not fast. The tool shop, I think, is right here. Yeah, let's see what they got. Oh, yeah, here's the filters. Okay, so I need 3 more filters to get to a 10 out of 10 water filtration level. How do you power these? Or do you need to power them? I need a pressure gauge hook too. I need 2 pressure gauge hooks, please. Cloutium is just more expensive, but also, I think, better. Pumps water into pipe at 250% pressure. Yeah, that's just better. And I really want a smelter, because that's automated. And you could just pick up the bars, which is very cool. Maybe it's time to buy the funnel now. We're probably gonna need more than one, but let's start there, because it's 780. I'm gonna need to back the tractor up. G.I. Joe Transformers was supposed to happen. Chat, I have heard that the G.I. Joe movies are actually good now. Is that true? I remember watching the first one and just, like, absolutely hating it. They just got better? Alright, we're down to, like, 300 bucks. Snake Eyes was something. I heard they were good. They're still making G.I. Joe movies? Yeah. Stop talking about small soldiers every stream. Okay? Leave it. Alright, I don't know if we have everything that we need, but let's go. I'm ready to build this factory. It's gonna be a large project. We have literally nothing. We'll start from nothing, and we'll work our way up from there. But what's nice about this nothing is it's a much bigger nothing. It's a huge nothing. Lots and lots of nothing, as far as the eye can see, in fact. This is our new quarry. We have this entire zone to work out of, and dig out of, and make a proper hotspot, a hotbed even, of drills and activity. Whereas before we had a tiny little patch of dirt. This is more serious and expansive. And there's so much room to build something substantial and not just like a baby one drill with a baby sorter. We can actually go down. I'm curious how the rake works. So we got some new stuff here. Let's grab our funnels. Here's the rake. Let's give this a try. Oh, okay, let's try it over here first. Oh, look, chat, look. Hey, look at, would you look at that? Oh, what about concrete? I did want to buy concrete. Very inspirational with this music. I know, right? Getting some good builds going. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Got the pressure gauges. The ooh is getting mighty close to March. Ooh. Ooh. That was Yoda. I can't do it. Ooh. 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 I can't. I don't know. Ooh. Ooh, chat. Oh my goodness. Cease. What, you think I can't do it? Oh yeah, this is just a little bar. Put you over here. Wow! Wow! Are you happy? There, I just jangled the keys. Try to keep baby chat entertained. Alright, I can turn the filter down now. There we go. Look at this! It's like I just opened a 3,000 piece Lego set, dude. Okay, but this is actually the thing that I've been most interested in doing. So we got a pipe here. We gotta pipe the water down here. I want to start this factory sort of in the middle of this pile, if we can. Finally, some water in this game. But yeah, the whole thing's water. It's pipes. It's hydro. Bestman Cop, thanks for 31 months pumping it in chat. Hi, Bestman. Glad to have you. We might have to just go buy more pipes. Let's get it going. I'm trying to. I think I wanted to go further this way. It doesn't have to be that far back, but I like it that far back for visual purposes. It just looks better. Here we go. We're gonna have to go get some more pipes for sure, because this has got to cross the entire dang map. I don't know how much money I have left. And this is only gonna pump at 100%, so it's not as good as Cloutium. We'll probably just dig a little spot. So every one of these pipes lowers water pressure by 3%. So it comes out at 100 with the default pipes. So we got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18% already. It's gonna go fast. And we're probably gonna need to go buy another enhancer. I don't know what you want to call it. Okay, we could just dig, or I could use the rake. The rake just seems better, but the shovel might look a little less awkwardly clean and a little bit more intentionally kind of messy. Oh, but then you have to dump the dirt somewhere. So where are we gonna dump the dirt? Wait, can we not dig here? Oh no. You can't dig till there. But yeah, the pickaxe is what we want, but I can't dig anyways. So we gotta go up. Probably twice? To get over that lip. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna need so many more pieces than this, dude. A water fountain. What if you dig canals instead of using pipes? It's not that kind of water game. This isn't Timberborn. But also you can't, as I mentioned, you can't dig. This is undiggable zone until you get to here. So it actually would be impossible. I don't know when I'm gonna split the water. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's the wrong thing. Basically, what I'm trying to say is 3 more pieces until we have hit 60% lower water pressure. 1. That's... just take this off. 2. Alright, we can... I want to build some cool supports that make the pipe less floaty, but I don't really know how to do that. We do need to come back down to Earth sooner or later. I guess I could build up some dirt around it. We could just start hitting the bin now. 21. So if we get to 30, that should be 90% lower water pressure. 22. Are we out of straight pieces? We're gonna need so much more to get out there. I don't know if I have enough money, chat. What can I... Did I still have anything I can sell? I have 1 ingot. It's a tiny little... Oh, we do have actually a ton of iron. Wait a second, I know what to do. We can make something else to sell. Hold on. That's not supposed to be buried that low, but just go with it for now. Okay, because I definitely have just so much iron. It's going to explode to a dangerous level. Prepare yourself. It's like fireworks. I'm scared. They actually all land? I think they actually all landed. I'm shocked. We have to cook Jesse. Why are we cooking Jesse? Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How are you already here? What happens if you go to negative pressure? I assume the water just simply stops flowing. Can we make our own pipes? No, you have to buy them. Is this not hot enough yet? My kingdom for March. My kingdom... My life for the March. Dag771, what up? Thank you for the sub. And appreciate you hanging out on the stream. Okay. So we need to place this bad boy down. Problems. I'm just gonna go over here. Let's make a sword. And actually, hold on. Melt this guy down into this guy. I don't think that what I'm about to do actually matters, but I'm gonna try it out anyways because I'm curious. I want to try and make 1 bar into 3 equal bars mathematically. So how do you do that? If you saw it in half, you get 2. If you saw that, you get 3. Now we've got 4 bars. Two, 4, 6. Now I've got 8 bars. How do you do this mathematically? Another one. What's that saw made of? Very strong material. 1 more split? What, of every single bar? Is Chad just trying to get me to make as many tiny baby bars as possible? Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's 16. That's not divisible by 3, chat. I guess we'll just have 1 tiny baby one left over. It's the least. $32 is. 32 is divisible by 3? Is it now? Chat dumb. I think so. 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you even get a bonus for doing equal size bars. I have no idea. But it would be cool if you did. Because you're making a sword with 3 bars. And it'd be weird if one of them could be extremely tiny and the other 2 could be massive. How small can you make a dagger? About this small. Now I'm just gonna leave those there. Okay, there's actually gonna be a bit of a race, because I need to bring the hot ingots over before they cool, and then go get the hammer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, they're definitely cooling. I can't build the anvil over here because it's gonna go underground because the tiles, the dirt's too low. I can move this closer to that, but just wait. Okay, just wait. It's gonna be fine, right? Just simply don't drop it. 1. 2, guaranteed hit. And 3, easy money. Ooh. Ooh. Touching the sky. Alright, we still have 290 bucks. I need to go buy some baby pipes. Which I don't know if they sell at the new store. I think they just... I remember they definitely have them at the old shop, so we might have to just take a quick drive. Because I think they have Cloutium pipes at the shop closest to us. So we need to go to the old store. You may not like it, chat, but this is what peak efficiency looks like. This is what peak efficiency looks like. I think it's this way. Wait, no, I just ended up in the new store. I could sell the things here and see how much money I got, but we could do that at the other place too, just as easily. I need to turn the music up. I can't hear it. Oh, I remember this song. Mining helmets are like 430 credits, and I need to buy so many pipes to get to the middle of the quarry that it's ridiculous. Not only do I need to buy pipes, I need to buy another 100% pressure gauge, maybe even 2. Not gauge, pressure increaser, the pump. Okay, I'm just gonna carry this up the hill. Should we buy another basin and try to bring back some iron? Maybe. I'm gonna see how much money I get from this. Almost 1,000. That's pretty good for an iron sword. That's really good. Okay, we should be able to buy a significant number of pipes with this. Use sword to rob store. Alright, it's mostly... mostly these guys. And they are like 22 a piece, so they're not terribly expensive. A piece of foam just fell off of the wall that had probably been sitting there for almost 2 years. Is that bad? Is that a ghost, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how much is enough. 9 and 10. Definitely more than 10. That's 220 by itself. 11, 12, 13, 14, excuse me, 14, 15, shut up. 16, I'm gonna get at least 18 or 20, 17, 18, 19, all right, let's do 20. God, there's so many pipes, and I have to buy them and then load them into the damn tractor. $840, and I can buy, sure, I'll buy a mining helmet for $360, okay? Is that better? Cool 3D mining helmet. Tell me this doesn't have a battery, please. You should get the pipes delivered. Don't worry, Etalyx. It's just some kids in the upside down getting up to some mischief. Oh, good. Is it Will? He's trying to speak to me. Is Stranger Things considered good again? Good? Maybe not. But, like, watchable, yes, I think. People just enjoy the style, the vibe. It's weird to think that when the first Stranger Things came out, it was like, oh my god, a show set in the 80s? Wow, this is very unique and appealing simply by extension of its wardrobe and music choices. And I feel like we've been sort of burnt out to some extent on the, like, old school media is not as... The wow factor, at least, isn't there now. Like, Stranger Things was kind of in a league of its own, I think, when it first came out. Not that I think there's been a ton of knockoffs or anything, necessarily, but it just feels like people need another thing that's... We need another unique setting. But anyway, what I've heard about Stranger Things is basically the main criticisms are they're too cowardly to kill off any of the main cast, and the main cast is like a dozen characters by the current season. So what they apparently do, I have no idea. I've only seen season 1, so I'm not trying to spoil anything. But I guess this is spoilers. Basically, they just make a bunch of red shirts each season, and then try to get you attached to the red shirt, and then kill the red shirt off instead. And they just do that every single season because they don't want to kill any of the main cast off. And then so some of the storylines for some of the characters that probably should have been dead, not because it needs to be Game of Thrones, because it doesn't, but just to like thin the cast so you can focus on the characters that matter for the plot and for character development. They just kind of give them something to do, just to busy themselves. Like, I have no idea what the new Stranger Things is about, but all I know is for some reason, there's a Russia storyline with a really cool actor from Game of Thrones who played the Faceless Man assassin, and he's awesome, but the whole plot line was completely pointless, and they just kind of give characters some busy work to keep them in the show, even though they don't matter. Chat can maybe say if that's accurate or not. So I guess it's like a fun show, but not a show you should necessarily like watch and take super seriously. I guess it's a monster mystery show. So that's all I know. I will buy some more pans. As I said, I will buy some more pans. Thief. I don't know enough about the show past season 1, but it sucks. Here's the thing, when I watched season 1, I was like, this show's over and it doesn't need to continue. I thought. I really didn't think there were any loose plots aside from the post-credits scene, which in my opinion didn't need to exist. Because that character should have just been dead in Season 1. But I remember watching it and just being like, okay, that was a very good show. I enjoyed Stranger Things Season 1 as its own show. Is there anything else we should get while we're down here? Part of me just says, get even more pipes. Oh no, I need the pressure tanks. How much money do I even have left? Where did I drop the money is a better question. 456? I need at least 2 pressure tanks. Can't really go wrong with another, like a valve, I guess, maybe? 1 valve for each machine might be nice. Wait, how much money do I have? Okay, that's the most you can afford right now. That'll work. I'm poor again. But anyway, how are you, Avic? Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Have you... I know you're here often, but I forget if you were here for the last Hydroneer stream, and if I already asked you what you thought of this game, if you've played it. Or how far you've gotten in it, rather. I think the real issue was that it kept going. Some shows now just don't have an ending. They struggle to find their ending. Hey chat, did Fringle die yesterday? Depends on what reality you live in. But no, yes, Kenshi was a lot of fun yesterday. Fringle didn't die. We may have killed him for science, though. Even though we knew it was going to happen. What's up, Kaibo? I've been eyeing the game, but never played it myself. Avic, you know how you have to do every single thing manually in Starbase? Including, Hydroneer is to automation games what building a ship outside of the editor is to Factorio. Wait, that's not how that comparison works, but you get the idea. It's like putting your factory together literally one piece at a time. Like imagine if your Factorio character did not have an inventory and had to haul everything that they wanted to build, like a giant Lego set. Here's my Lego set. We just bought a brand new plot. This quarry is massive compared to where we were living out of before. And so I've just painstakingly moved every piece from my tiny baby automated drill to the new quarry, which we now have to settle. And we've got all this stuff here, and we're ready to dig. But I just had to buy a ton of these pieces. Alright, where's the pickaxe? Because we need to dig a little trench. Okay, let's start there. And then get another elbow piece. God, I love this song. It's actually like one of my favorite songs. I miss SimCity 2013 so much. I just miss sitting there building stuff, dude, for hours and hours and hours. I definitely did some YouTube, but... I have really fond memories of city skylines, too, but I think the vibe from SimCity 2013 I prefer. And I can't quite explain why. Has this streamer taken his gamer death break yet? Not yet. But Avic, I hope the streams and/or YouTube has been going well lately. And if you do play Hydroneer, I think you'd definitely like it. Especially coming off of Captain of Industry. But it's a lot of manual labor, and I am totally fine with that. Alright, chat, it's getting dark. I have a lantern now, so you guys can sort of see what's going on. I wonder if we could fit another elbow down here. Wait. Okay, 2 elbows then. We might need to go buy some more of these soon. Oh, that's perfect. We got a ways to go. Also, I need to count. Each one of these pipes reduces water pressure by 3%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So this should be basically 99% reduced. Actually more than 99% reduced. So in theory, we may even be able to get a measurement there. Let's check this out. Is that 7? L? $10 or 1? Why would it... Okay. 7. I see. It was upside down. L%. Back from dinner, how is Mega? Megamind. Not Megamind, this is Megamine. Hey, Tal. Hey, guys. Hello, Marlaska. With name change. Okay, so this should be a... Let's just test this out. 1. Okay. So what we need to do is take this off. And then add a water pressure increaser. Right there. Well... I can rotate it around so it's a little easier. Bingo. Now we can open this. I really need the hammer. Where's the construction hammer? So I want to lock this in place. And then we need a blue crystal. It might have to be in ingot form. Did I take that with us or did I leave it? I might have left it. God, this is a pain. I'm gonna have to dump this on the ground and sort it by hand. Good. Very good. All right, get the cauldron up here. What are you trying to build here, Etalyx? That's a great question, especially for people who just joined. It's easier to see when it was brighter outside, but I do have the mining helmet, so you can see stuff that's at least close to us. So when you start this game, you don't have anything except a couple of basic tools that are given to you. So you get a shovel, a brush, a bucket, and a basin. And that's it. So... I can actually just show you what that gameplay might look like. So if I take my bucket, my handy bucket, and I go over here, and I set it down like it actually doesn't matter if the bucket is sideways for the purposes of gameplay. But I just want to have it not sideways so that I can show you what's going on. There we go. So this is how the beginning of the game might look, where if I can find the right tools, I can do a demonstration. We had a shovel somewhere around here. Everything is scattered and disparate right now. There's a basin Oh, we already have a basin over here. I'm not organized yet because we literally just moved here. I had a shovel. There's a fishing rod. Chat, where the heck is... There it is. And then I have a brush. This is the long-winded answer to your question. The short-winded answer is we're trying to automate a mining into dirt removing, because it basically the drill digs chunks of dirt. There's another machine that removes the dirt to reveal the resource inside, and there's another machine that can sort. So we're trying to automate a process that you start manually doing at the beginning of the game. So the manual process might originally look something like this. If Chad, we brought the brush, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, beginning of the game looks something like this. You'll have the shovel, and you'll go dig. You don't go in there. Do not put it in the basin. I know it's tempting, but you don't. You put it in the bucket. Okay, you dig there. Doesn't really matter where you dig. I'm just trying to dig further away from my operations. 3. And then 4. And then if you try to do 5, buckets say no. Okay? So this is the beginning of the game gameplay. Then you'll take the bucket and then dump it into a basin. And then that same bucket will be used to pick up water, which you can get by either dunking it, which is hard to do sometimes. I like to just drop it and then pick it back up, and that fills it with water. And then you want to take the water, pour it into the dirt basin, where you'll use the brush to see what resources you were able to uncover. In this case, we got gold, 2 pieces of gold and 1 piece of iron. At that point, you're trying to accumulate enough of each type of resource. There's also gemstones that you can find, but you're trying to get enough of a resource. You start by, I guess, just selling raw materials, and you get a terrible deal. So you keep having to, like, exchange these resources you find for money at the jeweler. And there's a map that the game also gives you that's in my tractor. And you go to the jeweler and kind of sell raw materials until such time as you can start affording some other utensils. Like, this is a stone that, when applied to a gemstone, so we can occasionally find, like, this is a raw emerald. We can refine it manually into an actual gem, and then we can sell that, or we can use it in crafting. But at the beginning of the game, you just have to sell stuff that you find, right? But yeah, you're trying to, like, sell things until you get enough money to get this combination, which you can't quite see because it's buried in the dirt, but it's a cauldron and a furnace, a rudimentary furnace. And then, once you combine those, you can start actually refining the raw materials that you're picking up, like gold, into ingots, or rather into liquid, which you then pour to make an ingot. And then you start selling raw ingots until you can afford to buy an anvil, until you can afford to buy the blacksmith hammer. Then you can start forging the ingots and the gems into usable things that the jeweler will give you substantially more money for. So it's like a number go up game in that sense. And so what we're trying to do now, the long-winded answer is automate the entire process of digging dirt, dumping it, having to go fetch water, pour the water, scrub the gems, and melt it down. So we're working on automating that entire process so we just have a rapid flow of resources that are automatically being dug, automatically being cleaned, automatically being sorted, and then automatically even being melted down into ingots. And then our goal from that point on is to actually go deeper, because this is a game about depth equals rarer materials and more common rare materials. But also we're trying to get upgraded drills and upgraded machinery, because there's water pressure and water quality, so we have to filter the water that we put into the various automated machines in order to keep them up and running for longer. And from that point, we're just... Eventually, trying to get to new interesting plots. Like, I can show you the map. So it's not a okay. It's not a randomly generated map. We are in the southeast in Drek Quarry. We start the game in Ember Cradle in the west. And so, I guess we would want to just check out each of the different plots, and they have different sort of challenges and different resources. Like, Mildew's Aquifer has, I think, water in the ground. So you can go deep, you dig deep, and then you have a water source already underground for you, is my understanding. I'm not sure what makes South Hope special, but it's like 6,600 coins, is quite expensive. Ice Helm lets you go deep into like a dwarven cave where there's a giant megaforge. Think Thor making the weapon in Infinity War type of situation is like a big megaforge. And then I haven't been to Snowrune Falls yet, but there's different places with different things. So that's a long-winded explanation, but that's what we're working on right now. Chat, I didn't take a gamer death break because it's been 3.5 hours. But I'd like to go get a drink, go get Midas a snack, go take dog outside, and then what we're doing at this exact moment is I'm trying to get the water to flow to a centralized... Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was going to pick up a bunch of these blue gems. These are effectively energy crystals. And we can make an ingot out of these. I'm not sure how many is a good amount as far as ingots go. But that's probably a good start. That's already plenty hot enough. Where's my mining hat? Keep misplacing everything. There we go. Okay. Then, now that it's in liquid form, we can put it inside this cast. And it'll turn into an ingot. And then I believe we should be able to drop this ingot. And we're actually going to be able to check to see if this works now. So we drop it in there. It does work. Okay, that's upside down. But yes, we got 97 pressure on this side and 4 pressure on this side. Okay, so the water is coming in there at 4 pressure and then being pumped back up to almost 100. But I don't know if this actually gets consumed or not, so I don't want to leave that in there. Nice bar of soap. Hey, thanks. Okay, so we've definitely got that working. That's phenomenal. And I want to go, like, there. We might have to buy some more. Might have to forge a little bit more, because I want the actual mining op to be pretty close to center, so we have plenty of dirt to play with. So I'm going to say, like, right in here. So it probably needs to come out, like, 10 more pipes or so. So let's not die gamer death, Chad. Let's, let you guys get a nice cinematic look at what's going on over here, okay? So I don't die gamer death. You guys can keep an eye on the property for me, because we may as well just leave the game going. I don't see any reason why not. You can get some nice ambiance. And I will be back in a few minutes after a break. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Pringle also says thank you. What's up, Pringle? Thanks for the 7-month sub. Who says thank you, sir? No, thank you. Need some toast as hey streamer. Been enjoying the streams. I'm glad you have, Toast. Had a lot of fun ones this week, and more to come tomorrow too. And find Chucka pumping it in chat for 9 months. Thanks each one of you for supporting the stream. And hang around. Be back after a short break. BRB. Whew, okay. Dog has gotten some snacks, treats, water, bathroom, etc. But what about chat snacks and treats? Okay. Dude, I had such a great idea yesterday. And then it all fell apart. I was thinking ahead. I got Starbucks coffee yesterday. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get 2 things so that way I don't have to go back. And I can have a nice drink for the stream tomorrow, which is now today. It's like, I'll just get one of those refreshers. That'll hold up well, because it's already water-based. But now look at it. It's just yellow pineapple liquid. I know what it looks like to you. I know what it looks like! And it's just got a bunch of pineapple or puree pieces at the top. And all the ice is melted, and it's even more watered down now than it was before. These, like, the mango, dragon fruit, and pineapple refreshers taste decent. They're pretty good, but now it's extra watery. And the flavor is basically gone, so I stand corrected. Why did the barista puke into your drink? Yeah, it didn't hold up, let's say. A lesson learned. Anyway, thanks for waiting. We're back, and we've got a big project to undertake. I had a late night dinner of mashed taters and meatballs. Brynjar Bjorn, thanks for the 1.5 years of sub. Mashed potatoes and meatballs sounds pretty darn good, if I do say so myself. It's almost daytime, I think, so I don't know if I'm gonna do the gamma trick. If you can't see him, I'll go. The miner helmet could probably use a little bit even more light. Okay, let me put it like this. I understand that the devs want lights to be important, where you need to buy some and spend some money to have some, like, a nice light network through your cave tunnels and stuff. So that probably explains why the mining helmet doesn't reach. Where is my mining helmet? There it is. That explains why the mining helmet's light extends like 5 feet in front of you. However, you can just buy a cot and go to sleep and wake up for free, basically. It's like 22, it's very cheap. So it'd be nice if the lights went just a little further out. Because I feel like lanterns only light like 3 feet around them in any direction. I'm allergic to lanterns only lighting 3 feet around them in any direction. My apologies. Okay, that looks clean. I like what I see here. I'm going excessively far into the middle of this map so that in the future I don't have to worry about it. Because in this game, deeper equals better resources. So, if I already don't have to dig down, because there's an indentation in the middle of the quarry. You know, that's already the lowest point. We're just kind of accelerating to that location. And pipes aren't terribly expensive once you get to this stage of the game. This is the last pipe that we bought, though. So if I want more, I'm gonna have to make something to sell. Which I do need more anyways. I do think this is a fine place to actually start the factory though, because I like... we have two choices. No. Let's go ahead and just smoothen this whole area out, because I think I like... This spot right here is good. Now, do we want to go up one or down one? Do we want to go up to there? I think so. Well, I guess it depends on the machines, right? We should check and see how high the pipe needs to be for the machines. No, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's a good fit. Okay, I like that. So let's make a platform to put the stuff on. They kind of hide the rake. It's not obvious. I don't know why it's not in with the rest of the tools in the first shop. A little strange. Etalyx, you seem allergic to so many random things. I'm starting to wonder if you had sickly child RimWorld backstory. Would sneezes be part of my RimWorld backstory if I ever got put in the game finally? Crane Bolt Green says, I don't know where these came from. Hey, thanks for the 500 bits. That's very nice. And helps out. All right, we need to go this way a little bit. You know what this reminds me of? I already said life is feudal, but... What's another game where you have to manually flatten and raise terrain? It reminds me of something. Huh? Valheim. It does kind of have that, like, Valheim terrain raising going for it. It's unfortunate that the building grid is not on the same grid as the rake. Am I missing something there? Why are there two different grids? One's diagonal to the other. I miss Valheim. Stop saying that. Why is my stream turned into like the things used to be better? SimCity 2013 was the greatest city builder that was ever made and totally underappreciated in its time. Remember when Valheim was new? God, I want to go back to then. Starbase. DAE Starbase. I too miss when Starbase was new and nobody was overly frustrated by it yet. Am I just becoming an old boomer curmudgeon? I gotta blow my nose. I guess I am, yeah. My health is rapidly deteriorating, apparently. New games never stay new forever, I know. I know. I want more games with cool systems to learn, where I can just wrap myself up in them like a warm blanket. Okay, let's try this. That was actually a cool, like, sunrise shot. That was pretty neat. We don't need an exorbitant amount of space. Like, this actually looks pretty good. This is just a nice little rectangular platform. We can probably build most things here, to be honest. But what I'd like to do is go... out just a little bit. I can also mess with it a little bit later. So we're definitely gonna need some teas. I'm gonna put this by the tractor in case I forget. Bring you, because we're gonna need you. And we're gonna want basically 100% water pressure. Ooh, I did have one more piece. We're gonna need this for something else. Because, yeah, I need to split. And we're gonna have to split it a couple different ways. How the heck?
Huh?
Me? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Oh, there we go. Is there a cleaner way to do this? Chad, I need to go buy some more pieces. But I also don't have any money because I'm broke. Because I spent it all. Okay, this is what I want. So I need some. We need to forge something to sell. Pick it out of here. Oh my god. We need to get organized, Chad. This is embarrassing. All right, grab the 52 card pickup gold, I guess. Is this even going to connect to a machine? It is. I think it's just the land grid is on a different grid to the water pipe and machine grid, or build grid, I should say. We are going to make a beautiful ruby necklace and make bank. There's a ruby. Okay, let's go ahead and put this on the anvil. We got all the gold I can see. Nice and bubbly in there. We need to top off the heat level. Let's grab the saw and put that nearby, and the blacksmith hammer. We need to cut this in two for the necklace. Oops, wrong button. Oh, they're not hot. Try this one more time. You don't smelt rubies, that is correct. I should play this game again. Hello, delicious Jill sandwich. Welcome to the stream. Let me see what chat's saying. Chat's just writing T's and saying, huh. Etal, if I could live in the summer of 2016 permanently, you would never see me again. 2016, everybody was playing Overwatch. In 2016, we had Overwatch, Uncharted 4, Dark Souls 3, Firewatch, Titanfall 2, Inside, Hitman 2016, Stardew Valley, XCOM 2, Pokemon Go, Dishonored 2, Superhot, Civ 6, Battlefield 1. I'm gonna go ahead and say that 2016 was pretty goated. We had Blood and Wine for Witcher 3, often said to be the best DLC ever. Original Total War Warhammer came out. World of Warcraft Legion was actually sick. So 2016 is a great year for games. Solid year. There we go. All right, necklace time. So I forget. We need to go all the way back. There was something that I wanted to buy at the newer shop, but I forget what it is. Okay, so we definitely want a valve there. I see no reason why I shouldn't lock all this down. If I have to move all this, I'm quitting the stream. We will make this work. I might have to move some of it, but definitely not all this. Okay, we might move that. And we might have to move some of that. Okay. Whew. How's the hydroneering going? What's up? Pretty good, actually. We're working on a brand new plot. We're getting a new mine set up. This is a quarry. We just gotta buy some pipes. Rogue basins. Got just stuff scattered. This is a true construction site. And we're off. I still haven't played Witcher 3. Here's the thing about Witcher 3. Don't play it now if you haven't played it. That game, Witcher 3 barely held up as, like, from a gameplay perspective, circa, like, 2019. I think if you haven't played Witcher 3, you've missed the boat on what made it so special. You could probably still enjoy it as long as you don't care about the gameplay and the combat. But I do think Witcher 3, as fantastic as it is, I still intend to play the DLC, and I honestly think that the Steam Deck is going to be the reason, but I only care about it because I want my Geralt's story to, like, continue in a different way. I only played Witcher 1, never got around to 2 or 3. You played the one with the worst combat. It was alright, I got bored so fast. Thank you for reaffirming that. The thing about it is, if I played Witcher 3, I would honestly just turn... If I played Witcher 3 now, I would just turn the difficulty down. Because I played on Death March, and I feel like the combat isn't good enough in 2022. It was fine then. It kicked my ass for a while, but the beginning of the game was incredibly lopsided difficult, and then the further you got, the easier the game got as you got more powerful. To the point where I can still get my ass kicked when I turn it back on, but after I remember the controls, it's not a big deal. This is only worth $338 here? What's wrong with this necklace? Did I just not have enough ingots? That's gonna be enough to buy some pipes, but not as much as I wanted. The thing about The Witcher is, I would only exclusively play it for the story. And also, where the hell am I going? And also, it's still unparalleled in my opinion as far as choices matter. For an RPG, it's not gonna Disco Elysium you, right? That's a different thing. But as far as like RPG quests go, a la Mass Effect and Fallout, I think Witcher has the best choices matter quests and the best side quests, certainly, overall. And I say this having played through all of New Vegas on stream. This is the wrong way as well. Stop looking at chat. You guys are too distracting. My favorite thing about The Witcher 3, and the reason why it's my favorite RPG. Bridgeport, wait, no, that is the right way. Isn't that the right way? That is the right way, I think. Chat, I'm super lost. I should have brought the dang map. The reason it's my favorite RPG ever is because it's the only RPG I've ever played where there's not an implicitly obvious do-gooder and there's not Paragon and Renegade options. There's just you doing your best. Like the meme of like, oh, Geralt's just doing his best is personified in the game. And that's why I love it so much. It's because no matter how hard you try, you're gonna damn somebody. And it actually made me feel... It was the only game where I really questioned some of the decisions that I made because I thought that I knew what I wanted to do, and then I saw the results, and I was like, oh, oof. And someone in chat just said... What did you say? Something about getting to the good end was very difficult. The path to reach the good end pissed me off. Yeah, exactly. Even the good end is sort of a bad end. I got a pretty good ending, too. Literally still the only game ever where choices mattered. Well, that was my favorite part about it, was... before Witcher 3 came out, I was extremely hyped because I could just tell that it was going to be exactly what I wanted. Like, Witcher 3 for me was so compelling, just from the gameplay trailers, that I literally waited to get it right after release because I bought a new computer so that I could play it at full frame rate. I didn't want to play it until I could see the damn hair physics. Okay, I wanted to have the full, unhindered graphical experience. Because they had NVIDIA Hairworks, and when I turned it on, it lagged my computer. Why did that roll even further this time? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It actually looked good at the time, though. Yes, it looked fantastic at the time. Witcher 3 was probably the there's very few games for which I will buy a computer to play, and I have no regrets buying a computer. Those of you who got the bad ending because you guys are sticks in the mud, I'm glad that you got the bad ending, okay? You know who you are. Don't spoil things for other people in case somebody else plays it, but I'm glad. You deserved it. I wasn't even trying to get the bad or good ending. I was just trying to stay true to my Geralt and my Ciri and their father-daughter relationship. And guess what? I got the best ending in the game, okay? Because you know why? I was a good dad. Maybe you guys should reflect on yourselves, okay? Because it says more about you and less about the game. Sometimes you gotta let kids be kids. But also, even if you get the good ending per... like the main characters, you can still get tons of bad ends for all the major side quests. Because there were some side quests in Witcher 3 that took longer for me than the main game, I think. When I finally, like, stopped doing side quests and stopped hunting for Witcher armor, it didn't take that long to get through. Oh, I'm short $2. Do we? I don't know. Here, keep this. Okay, now I gotta load all this. But yeah, my point is, there was never a side quest where I was like, you know what, that was a huge waste of time and sucked. Or at least not, obviously there were a couple like Witcher hunts, like monster hunts, or Witcher armor that were just like, eh. But none of they did a good job of separating the content where you knew that you were taking a story-based side quest because it was called something else. I forget what the name of it was. And those were all 10 out of 10. And extremely dense. And I also do remember that I got a very low percentage choice for the entirety of, what was that first main one called? With the sorceress? Kira Metz. Yeah, the Kira Metz one. I figured it out before chat did. The Kira Metz storyline, I swear to God, I got one of the like 5% endings for that one. And there were a lot of those. There were a lot of those where it was like, ooh, this feels so specific to me and my character. And it also helped that it felt like there were a lot of hidden things because I went back and I played Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 because I was so hyped for Witcher 3 that I forced myself. I had to force myself because Witcher 1 is awful. It's difficult to even root for Geralt because... let's just say that the character of Geralt doesn't hold up super well from Witcher 1 nowadays. And also, the gameplay is abhorrent. And also, the dialogue is stilted, and it was made on a huge budget from like 2003 or something, right? So I literally had to force myself to play it, because it was rough even in 2014 to play through that. But damn it, I spent 40 hours playing through it. I just wanted to experience the story, so I think there were at least a couple times where I used a strategy guide because there were a couple quests that were obtuse. They wanted me to go find some object somewhere, and it was, you know, the era where it was like, let's not use quest markers. Let's just say something obscure for the player to know, and then they have to understand what we mean. I was like, just tell me where I need to go. I don't want to spend more time here than I need to. But I didn't look up any of the spoilers for the story. My point is, they did a phenomenal job rewarding the player because for my time that I spent in Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, Witcher 2 was pretty enjoyable by comparison to 1. I got rewarded with tons of nods and reflections on characters that I met, cool cameos and things that you would only recognize if you played the first 2 games. Like, if you just played Witcher 3, you probably still had fun. You know, you still had a good time. They made it good enough where you could enjoy it even with zero information. But, God, playing through 1 and 2 had so much context for 3, and also so many of the things that I did. I was like, holy shit, I remember making this very obscure choice. I can't believe they did a callback to that. Like Mass Effect, yeah. They should remaster 1 and 2. I think that would actually be just a good idea. Because there were some really, like, obscure choices that only I would make in Witcher 1 and Witcher 2. And when comboed together, it made for just a very, like, substantially unique experience where I felt like my 40 hours in Witcher 1 and 40 hours in Witcher 2 were very, very worth it. But I would never go back and do it again. Like, I would never, at this juncture, go back and play Witcher 1. You just can't make me. I'm not gonna do it. Okay, we're getting there, chat. Here's the Forged Iron Harvester. Okay, and it is going to spit resources out dead ahead. Unless I change something. So I kind of want it to spit resources out that way. But I'm worried that the water pressure is... I kind of want this to be full... Oh, we need the filters too, yeah. We do need the filters. I want the... This is a pressure increaser. It's going to go back to 100% pressure, and I want it to be right next to this. Yeah, I missed Yorvith too, because I did do that side of Witcher 2, I think. Alright, this should still get some pressure. It's just not going to be much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, it's not going to get a ton, but it'll still work. I don't know where the rest of my power crystals are. We don't have that many. We had I think we still, do we still have a bunch at the old base? I swear we should have another bar. Because I forged one, but we had one too, and I don't know where it is. It might be at the old base. We might just have to go get it. And this is a bunch of gems. You're killing me. I hate you. Okay, fine. I'm gonna move everything over there anyways. We don't have to get concrete yet. Until I know exactly how it's gonna go. So, let's move the next machines over, because we need... this. Wait, this is the drill. I have the wrong thing. Hold on. Same basic principle. There's the drill. The drill's gonna spit resources out straight ahead of it, okay? We could actually save resources by simply putting the water pump right before a fork. It's not gonna get 100% pressure, but it'll work much better. Is it in the other pressure tank? Maybe, I guess. I don't know if you can open these without installing them first. I also don't know where the other pressure tanks are, because we should have like 4. And I only see 1, 2... I only see like 2. We should have 4. Here's 1. Maybe we only have 3? Oh, there's the 4th one. And I did put a gem in there, but I just made this one. Okay, so I want to measure... Oh god, the sun's going down too. No, I feel like the day is so much shorter than night, but I guess I'm just spending all of my time out here. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Realistically, we need to buy conveyor belts. Is the easy answer. I think... I don't want this machine to be turned on all the time, so we're gonna do this different. We're gonna have this spit out into a basin for now. Actually, I don't know. Can you spit this out into a basin, or is it gonna be funky? We're gonna find out. Excuse me, that's not SimCity. It always goes back to Dragon Age. I don't know why. We do have a funnel. I think that'll just drop the dirt down. We'll do some science. I'm gonna get some more lanterns eventually. Let's put some over here. I'll go get my light. We need to start installing these water filter hooks attached straight to a straight or T-pipe to filter water. Here's my question. Does the distance that the water travels make it dirty too? Like if I put the water filters right at the front, is all the water purified or does it get dirty as it goes down the pipes? Because if I'm splitting it here, I don't know how to see the water quality. What are you guys talking about? Dragon Age Origins was memorable story ending, but one of those games I don't think aged well. Yeah, a lot of old RPGs do have that problem. But you gotta love them anyways. Like, I still actually intend to go back and play the Witcher DLC. I do actually intend to do it. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Okay, so we need 5 water filters. And we did buy, I think, 5. They're just over here. So... do they go on different... can they go on the same tube? Or do they go on different tubes? So, the water quality starts, I think, at 0. Each filter increases the quality by 2, up to a max of 10. But beyond that, I don't really understand how the system works. Oh, here's the last one. So we're going to try this and see which way it goes. I don't know how to test the water quality. Also, I'm going to use the rake. Flatten a little bit more. And then go a little further this way. It doesn't have to be a giant square. Which is kind of what it turned into. He will never play Bloody Wine. The thing is, oh, that's what I was getting at. The Steam Deck will actually make me want to. Because my problem is I don't want to sit at my computer and play it. Like, I don't want to stream for 8 hours playing awesome PC games and then come right back after food and then grind it out some more. I want to be able to go sit on the couch. And the Steam Deck is going to make a lot of games suddenly couch accessible. Okay. So we just have one more thing to plug in, but I don't have a good way to get up here and like dump. I'm just gonna do manual dumping right now. This just needs to be connected to water. Okay. So the best way to do this is probably just temporarily taking this off. Chat, did we leave the corks? Do we have a cork somewhere? I think we left the corks at the old base. So we may just have to go back and get that. Okay, let me get a T, because I have to think about how this is going to work. We need water pressure as close as possible to all this. There we go. Okay, so this is now going to be the water pressure tube. Boom. Beautiful. We just need a little energy ingot. This is going to be plugged. And then... I don't think this can... Can this go right next to the other thing? I guess so. Okay, this is not the permanent setup. This is just the temporary... Oh, wait. How are we going to plug the other thing in? That's a great question, actually. I can't believe you're going to lose 3% water pressure for this. Unacceptable. Nah, dude. Satisfactory's like this game. We were actually listening to Satisfactory soundtrack earlier. Believe it or not. This is going to be good enough to at least let us start making money. Which right now is all that matters. Okay, we need curve. One more elbow. Non-meta build. We're using our pieces up, though. We've only got a couple extra pieces, so that's nice. I just need to go get the cork. Oh no, it's gonna shoot the stuff out the wrong way. Okay, yeah, this is actually kind of a pain. My thoughts exactly. No cork needed, just L in the spot that the T is in. What? That you... Hold on. Hold on, just a second, because now I have to come around from a different side. Get out of my way. The water has, for the chutes to go the way they need to go, it has to come in from this side, which means these have to be spaced one further out. Unfortunately. Like this. Hold on, chat. Holg. Puzzle time. Emergent gameplay. Okay, this is actually, like, other than the fact that this has to be collected manually, this is not a terrible setup. I want to automate it, but right now this will work. Okay. We're good. Now, I do not need this at all. Just put an elbow there, yeah. Like the one guy said. We're almost there. We just need energy for this. And probably the build hammer. To lock all this in place. Probably want to make sure it works first, but I believe. Now let's get the water pressure so we can see what pressure it's at here. Does anyone know how to check water quality? Does anyone know how to see how filtered the water is? Drink it, taste it. Pretty sure it's another thing to buy. I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, I need basins. Closer. Eh. Looking okay. I know it depends on how many filters you have, but I still want to confirm the quality of the water after putting the filters on, because otherwise you're just going based on faith. But maybe the magnifying glass, that just shows durability. I don't know if that shows water quality. Okay. I think we're ready to give this a try. We just need, I would like another valve. We also have this dude, which will measure water speed. Okay, water velocity, water pressure. There's the valve. Okay, the reason we want the valve is because we don't want this. Oh no. There's actually no way for me to turn this machine off without also turning the drill off. That's very unfortunate. Because this machine doesn't need to be on 24/7. That's a problem. It needs a... It needs a straight piece. Bet on first try. Pretty sure you can cut your bar in half to have enough energy. I might be able to do that. That's not a bad idea anyways. Because then I can take the other couple glowy pieces and just add a little bit to them. And we have a lot more, I think, back at the old base location. Put a T instead of a curve and plug it in. Yeah, I think it comes back to just having the corks. Let's grab a bucket. And a basin, and then take a quick trip back to the old base before we get this show started. Or we could just let the water leak for now. Well, it wouldn't leak if... Oh, no, we can't get the show started. Hold on. Hammer? Yeah, because if we just do what... Wait, what did I just hit? Construction hammer, what are you doing, baby? Oh, you right click. Yeah, okay. So take that off. Put a T intersection. Then you can put the valve. Okay. Then we just need to get energy crystals inside of the pressure pumps. Let's saw this in half. And then take, I guess might be a faster way to do this. Okay, we're gonna put one in here. Huh? Shut that. And then grab the other glow stick. Small ingot. I think we're gonna get this first try. I believe. Huh? Okay. So, do we have a valve up here? Okay, let's see if the water's flowing. Goes to 58. Then it goes to 94. And then this is broken, but it was already broken when we got here. So I just need the repair kit. This might be the last repair this repair kit can do. Okay, repair kit's done, and we now have dirt. Now the question is, does this work? Like, will that actually stay inside of... We have really good water pressure going into this. It should be coming out at 91% water pressure, and it should be filtered. But we got dirt. So here's what I want to do. I want to be like, excuse me, please pause. And I want to try picking up the basin and see if the dirt falls through. See, that's what I'm worried about. How do we actually collect the dirt? Because you can't carry it in a basin for some godforsaken reason. I don't want to do it all by hand. Does it have to go directly to either a conveyor belt or the other machine? I wonder if you can... The bucket won't work either, because it'll only hold up to 4 pieces. It's weird that you can put everything else sort of in a basin, but not dirt. Unfortunate. Because I think the bucket will just hold 4 and then stop. Because what I need is I just need the system to work long enough for me to make some money so I can go buy the advanced pieces. Yeah, it's not gonna work either. Pain in the ass. Okay, well. You could pipe water into the basin and stand there with a brush. I guess you could do that. But it would only do 1 dirt pile at a time, so you'd have to just left click every single time it came out. All right. Well, let's redo a little bit then. I had too much confidence. We're very close. All right. We can do a gravity fed until we can afford belts. But for gravity fed to work, I need to dig down, which we kind of need to do anyways, so I guess that's not a problem. Stop dropping this. There's another thing. Can you put blocks under it to raise it? That was actually my first thought at the old base. I was like, oh, I know. I'll just build concrete and put the drill on top of the concrete so that it can drill... wait a second. Wait a second. What are we trying to do with the dirt? We're trying to clean it because there's resources inside of it. And we have the machines to do it. It just has to be done in a specific way. So I'm gonna try and do this the way I was doing it before. Because I did like the way I was doing it before. There's a thing, there it is, okay. Okay, we may not need that. Let's go ahead. this into position. So, the drill first. The drill spits out here. So this is what we need. We need to figure out how to do a straight drop. So pickaxe to dig a little dirt. Okay, and then we should be able to rake to make this look nice and tidy, I think. Not. Excuse me? How did I just. What? I don't know what what is going on. How did I even do? Okay, you're moving. I'm moving the square. I see. Okay, I'm moving the square. Dude, Minecraft. Sort of. You can flatten walls? Yeah, that's a good feature to have. It seems like it kind of automatically does when you do that, sort of. Maybe not. Okay, so we have a little pit. We're gonna need a larger pit, no doubt, but this is vaguely what we need to start. So this is gonna be a gravity-fed drill. Well, it's literally gravity-fed. It's just like, bam, drills. Spits out dirt that it digs into the iron harvester, which doesn't harvest iron, but rather it is a harvester made of iron. It also does harvest iron, actually, I guess, if you want to get technical. And let's clear a little bit of space. Is there any way to make slopes or ramps neatly? Because that's what I'm kind of interested in. All right, so we got a nice, neat little pit here. Hole doesn't align with machines. Yeah, I don't know why that is, but there's maybe a reason. Anyway, the final chain is this little dude. The problem is, this, of course, just to make things confusing, connects in the back. So we're gonna need a pipe here. Or going the other way, I guess. And for it to go the other way, get rid of you. What a mess. This is a mess, but it's my mess. I like how the drill is drilling topsoil, and the things that it's spitting into are like underneath that layer. That's feels like the drill should be down there, and maybe it should. I mean, technically looks correct. Okay, that's fine. This base is going to be super neat and clean. It still is relative to the old base. So, I don't know. It still kinda is. How the heck? What axis does this need to be on? Thank you. And then you. Looking forward to doing this again in like 1 hour when we get conveyors. But yeah, at least then we'll have conveyors though, so. It's kind of hard to complain about that. And then we need a T. Already got the valve on it, beautiful. And then one more elbow. Have you dug to bedrock? No. I don't know how deep it goes. I think it depends on the plot. This one's called Quarry, so my expectations are a little higher for something called Quarry. Okay, then we need to undo you. Put the pressure tank in. Is it forever night? No, the sun's coming up. It just feels like the night cycle is very long, yeah. There is a bed, but I've got the lantern, so I'm hoping that just offsets it. Okay, collect our things. We need a measurement of the water pressure, preferably before and after hitting the pressure tank. So we can do that. And then we'll get a good idea of pressure here. Okay, it's not flowing yet. We won't get full pressure to this. Pressure does two things. The higher the pressure to the drill, it drills faster. The higher the pressure to the dirt cleaner / ore harvester, the more ore you actually find. So higher water pressure equals more stuff per dirt. And then I don't think pressure does anything for this guy, it just sorts. So I noticed that this is actually facing the wrong direction because games are hard. And this is facing the wrong direction because games are hard. So, hold on, I guess. God. Does water purity just make the machines not break down as much? Correct, yeah. Water purity is for longevity of the machines. The rake makes this game significantly more playable. Or buildable. Okay. Then, this... realistically need the water to connect from there, actually. So... instead of this little setup... you can go there. Puzzle game. Okay, that'll work. But now I need to get something there. I'm curious if a splitter lowers water pressure. It just says decreases water pressure by 3%. So I'm assuming the answer is no. Chat. I think these are the last two knuckle pieces that we have. And both of them are entirely necessary for what I am trying to achieve right now. I wish rakes were that powerful in real life. I guess they are if you rake the soil with enough strength behind it. All these 90-degree turns, a plumber's nightmare. Tell me about it. Okay, that does work. No, that's not what I wanted. That looks a little better. I guess it doesn't matter if it's obscured by dirt a little bit. You can do that, and it's fine. You just can't build it when it conflicts with dirt. So once it's already built, it's fine. All right, a little bit more, because I need the zigging and zagging to continue just a bit so we can actually get the basins here and get this party started. I would also like to create some kind of slope to get in and out, but I don't know how to do that without just simply mining. Which we can do, because we can always fix it if we don't like it. But it ends up having this kind of ugly... Like, you can't make it gentler than that. It's just always going to be this weird, like, snake tunnel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I can't actually... I just have to hop out of it, I guess. I don't know. That doesn't look like a slope. I want to be able to walk. Shovel? Yeah, I guess you could just use the shovel. Please? Why can't I do up anymore? I don't know, whatever. How do you go up? You have to actually, like, put dirt back down there. There you go. The mine is jagged and broken. It's fine. It's fine. All right, well, give me this stupid lantern so we can actually see. I need to lock these in place. Clearly need to lock these in place. Fine, this is good. Buy stairs? I guess I could just buy stairs. Forehead. Alright. I believe we are ready to put the basins in and give this an actual go in the quarry. We got purified water. We got better water pressure than ever before. We should have a really good thing going here. All right, so let's walk it through, chat. Let's walk it through as the sun is actually coming up. We got a small water reservoir back here. We are pumping water down the pipe. It's losing 3% pressure per pipe. Then it gets to here where we have a little ingot that's going to be powering up the water pressure as soon as we release the water from this valve. Then it's gonna go back to 100%, hit all of the filters. We have 5 filters that should boost it to 10 out of 10 purity. And then on this side, we've got another water pressure booster that should push the water pressure up once more to 97 here before it's split. And it'll lose a little bit of pressure, but still be fairly high. First, going into the drill, which is going to spit out raw dirt, which has ore in it, into the harvester, which will harvest the ore and gems and spit the basically raw ingredients, dirt-free, into the sorter. The sorter will choose iron and shoot iron here, all of the resources here. We can go a step further and have more sorters hooked up that further sort things for us, but that's more advanced. Right now we just need cash. So let's start. The sun is coming up and we are ready for liftoff. The water should be flowing down to the drill. Let me test the pressure. We got 97 pressure in the T, so the drill's going good. And this guy may or may not be receiving water. Okay, it is now receiving water. So you can kind of watch that process. We're probably gonna leave that on because we learned a valuable lesson last time, but let's go ahead and lock these in place. So we don't accidentally pick them up. Okay. It's alive! It's alive. A little messy, but it works. So if we sit back here, you can kind of like actually watch the chain of events from drill to harvester to sorter. Wait, is it shooting everything? Oh, it doesn't register this. Okay, it didn't register. Because I picked it up and I need to put it back down. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Get an empty guy here. Does it eventually lower the terrain too? No, I don't think so. Not that I've seen anyways. There we go. All right, gold on one side, iron on the other. Gems will also go in there. Whew, this feels so much better. It's working. It's functioning. We managed to build exactly what we had before, but somewhere else. Correct. But the infrastructure is here to expand. So we already have the pipe system from the water. We've got this huge, vast quarry right in the middle, so we can actually like have space to stretch. We were extremely tight-knit before. Like there really wasn't a lot of extra room, it felt like. We could go down probably a little bit, but we couldn't really go out. We were already at the wall where we started building, you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, this is more like future-proofing, where now we can go back to making money and ideally getting automatic sorters. What I really want is the smelter. Then I don't even have to do the little cauldron thing that I'm currently doing right now. And I want to start going down. I want to go into the depths. Because right now we're just doing surface level tier 1. And I want to go beneath that. Yeah, we got a nice little like spot dug out for ourselves. It's so much more organized, and I feel like I can breathe a little bit easier now. Delving too greedily. So the other piece of this puzzle is kind of just organizing the building pieces. And by organizing, I simply mean moving them where they're not in the way, and also where they're accessible if needed. So that we can bring the other portion of the base over. Possibly, I do want to maybe buy some concrete platforms now that we're going to have some extra money and time. And then we can put like a little workstation with all this stuff. He's still at the dig site creator? I am. And I plan to be so for a while. Whew. Okay, good stuff. We also have the funnel to play with. Let's start moving these bad boys over. All right, let's grab our gems. We got emeralds and sapphires here. We could just sell them. I think I know what to do. I know what to do, chat. We're just gonna make so much jewelry. It's gonna be ridiculous. I also want to buy like tool racks and stuff to actually get organized and make this look like a proper dig site. For now, I just want to get things close so that they're workable. I wake up from the nap, everything looks different, yet completely the same. Yeah. You ask too much. You want it to be different? How? Hello, recent subs, by the way. How did I miss Asta, who said E? Asta, when did you sub? And you did that an hour ago. It's been 5 hours. Didn't I just take a break? Oh my god. Where's the time, chat? This is outrageous. Where has the time gone? I am just cruising. Anyway, Asta, thanks so much for 16 months. I hope you're still out there. Stoic Nomad says 1 year anniversary. Thanks for the happy 1 year. And for sticking around so long. Happy birthday. Who else is there? Epic Joe for 21 months. Yo, Epic Joe. Thanks for subbing again. Welcome to the new quarry dig sites. That's fine. And Uncle Bob says cheeseburger. Sure. Cheeseburger. You got it. But yeah, while we move everything, the mine, like basically we're gonna go until that thing breaks down again. I don't know how long it's gonna take because we literally just fixed it and we should have purified water helping us out, but it's all on. It's all going. It's making resources for us. And my goal this time is I'm going to make, I predict, the most money on this next trip out of any previous trip. We're gonna see if that's true. But happy 4 months, Uncle Bob. Thanks for sharing. Why did I let you talk me into this? I cut these into the smallest possible bars. This is gonna be a resource bucket. Little daggers. Is this cleanup simulator? I'm cleaning up after myself right now, so sort of. A little bit. Let's make the biggest sword possible. I like the sound of that, yeah. I'm getting my entire work site over here. One piece at a time. That would have been genius, though, if it worked. What's up, Dan420? How's it going? I don't want to dump this dirt here, but I guess you... Well, you can dump it. And then... throw it in this guy. Chad, that's a lot of... that's a lot of ore, dude. Why does it get settled at the bottom? All right, there's like one more thing to get. The brush. Okay, let's make some money. It's cash time. The resources. Okay, two things. Number one, let's melt down the mini ingots. Takes takes a weird amount of concentration. Etalyx says you can make ingots of varying mass when a recipe calls for multiple. Will the resultant gonna be worth more if you use larger ingots of larger mass? Or does it only care about the number of ingots, not their size? Yes, the size is proportional, or the mass is proportional to the value. So there's actually no punishment or having to like math out, okay, well it'd be 3 ingots for a sword and it's 3 raw ore for 1 ingot. You can just not really worry about that, which is nice, and simply worry about just making the things you want to make, basically. Larger ingots also create larger objects, amusingly. Yes, they do. This game looks great, but the item dropping seems maddening. It's actually not that bad. Because they just added options where you can change the drop target color. So if I wanted it to be green, I could. But I chose pink because chat chose pink. But the reason it's not maddening is because even though it seems counterintuitive. All right, first of all, chill out, Skyline Cities of Tomorrow. If you could attach it to your center reticle, it would be in 3D space where you wouldn't be able to tell its depth, as in its distance away from your camera. So like right now, how far away is it from my camera? You know, I don't know. I think I'm over. Like imagine that my cursor was over to the right. I'd be like, maybe there? You know what I'm saying? But by having the button on the ground, since the game wants to be physics-based, like if it didn't want to be physics-based, then you would just click, I would just click that and it would appear inside the bucket, right? But the physics are part of the charm, sort of Viscera cleanup detail style, where the manual aspect is part of the core gameplay loop. So without that extra detail, you would have to basically just look at the shadow. Like the sun would have to be at 12 o'clock, and it would have to be a shadow directly beneath it of where you were actually going to drop it if it were attached to the cursor. So it's actually easier this way, even though it seems counterintuitive. But yeah, the missing, dropping physics frustration is supposed to be part of the fun and charm, which I think works for it, especially in multiplayer, because like spilling a bucket of stuff is like basically emergent gameplay. If you don't want to keep dropping buckets, then just don't drop them and get good. Because what the game does do is let you put anything inside of a container, and if you spill it, it's not going to spill unless you left click like an idiot. So just don't dump your shit everywhere. It really makes you feel like a clumsy idiot. And look like one too, but I don't know how to look at my character. But yeah, I don't think that's like an issue for me personally. Dude, I didn't see this. We have onyx. I just looked in there. I was like, what is that? We just found the like rarest material, I think, in the game. Well, this is getting a little zany. I'm not sure why stuff gets stuck in here sometimes. But I'm gonna turn this off for a minute. Actually, I only need to do that one. I'm gonna turn the machines off for a minute and, like, sort this chaos. Go ahead, Cities of Tomorrow. Okay, the sound effect is cumulative. Ow! Look at that ingot. Look at that chunk. Oh, what's up, Great Garwin? My ear bones! Chat literally stunned. Yeah, I think so. Well, I wanted to make the largest iron ingot ever, but I also don't have patience to make the largest iron ingot ever. So, if it's alright with you guys... we're just gonna filter gold. I forgot the machine was turned off. Okay, I will give those of you complaining in chat this. This is the actual most annoying part of the game. And it's not the fact that I dumped everything everywhere, it's that the physics lock on said stuff. And I've got an actual jam. Magnet on a stick solves this? Well... be that as it may, what if I can't afford a magnet on a stick right now? You'd probably get a lock in real life too. Alright, what if we just... pick up. Like, this is why the build hammer locking this in place is so huge. Okay, it should be able to be dropped in there now. I will buy a magnet soon. Gold's not magnetic though, chat, so does this still work on gold? This is dirt. It works on dirt. Okay. It works on dirt too. Fantastic. There's a special magnetic gold. Magic magnets. Magnetic gems. Good. I will buy magnet on a stick ASAP in order to fix this. Oh no. Oh no. He knows. Is it too late to go buy the magnet? I'm going to buy the magnet now. I'll be back! Okay, so here's what we gotta do. We got this big ass ingot. I think making a sword is always better. I don't know. He is aware. That's the one time when a 60-second clip is warranted, because it's like the buildup of painstakingly manually moving all of those only to have them get shot out off camera and revealed. We'll just keep 1 ingot, I guess. Because dividing into 3 is too difficult. I guess we could just make an axe. That's the construction hammer. Chat? Who? Why did I put the blacksmith hammer all the way the hell over here? Oh my god. Okay. I need a tool rack. Touching the sky. Let's go get magnets and other things. Oh, I forgot that I have all these extra pipes. Actually, this is going to be easier to literally just drive over there. Just don't dump it on the ground, Etalyx, 2 minutes prior. Just don't dump everything on the ground. It's easy. Okay, well, we got a nice stockpile for the next portion, the next leg of this mine. Huh? We do need some more, like, curved pieces, though. We got plenty of these guys. Lots of default straight piece infrastructure. No elbows. 2 elbows. 2 elbows and 2 T's. Alright, let's go pick up our sword. Actually, it would be smart to make a section of pipe that's tall enough for the tractor to go under, but this is, I'll just go around for now. Put the pipes on a cart. Why? How is that better? You gotta go so far. Okay, the town I think is right here. I hope this is worth a lot. Okay, what do I need the magnet on a stick. And if we have enough money, we can get some other fun toys. Will your stuff get stolen if you leave it unattended? Only if you don't trust your friend that you're playing with in online co-op. Sword's worth $7.57. That's respectable. Alright, I think this is the shop. So you don't have to pick them up 1 by 1 every time you need pipes? What do you mean? I'm not following. Hey, 428 for stick. Beautiful. Maybe magnifying glass would be good too, but I can't afford both. Tier 2 pickaxe digs terrain fast or splits dirt in half. Oh, there's tier 2. Dig dirt into bucket and pour into pan. The deeper you dig, the better the resources. Tier 2 shovel. I didn't know there was tier 2 shovels. Logic compressor. Compresses cut gemstones. What I need is this. 1320. We need the auto smelter. And then obviously tier 2 pipes are great because you get 250% water pressure. Here's my question. What's the benefit? I understand the benefit of the Cloutium intake water pipe. Because it gets 250 instead of 100% water pressure. However, are iron pipes capable of carrying water at 250%? Like, what's the max? I wonder why the game doesn't tell you what the max pressure of pipes is. Because I'm assuming that there has to be a max pressure, because otherwise why would you buy pipes just to save 0.5% decreased water pressure? Having a cork might be good later. Noper's Max 180. Interesting. Should we buy a scale just so we can get an idea of the size of the ingots that we're dealing with? Might be fun. The setting and economy of this game's unusual. Nuclear weapons, dynamite trucks, and people still buying homemade iron swords. Well, keep the peasants armed with only iron, while the bourgeois get to use nukes and logic compressors, I always say. I should have let the machine keep running while I was gone. Yet. And yet. Huh? Well, I guess we had a mess. We have a mess to clean up. It's true. This is a dead end. Very awkward. Okay. Back on out. Whew. Well, we're getting some upgrades, at least. People still buy homemade swords IRL? That's true. People do still buy homemade swords IRL. I think it was left. Yeah, this is Little Hope. That's a different video game. But sure. This place is under construction. Might be related to the next update of farming. Okay, so what I want to see here is this magnet just totally save the day. It's already nighttime again, though. So, magnet on a stick attracts resources when activated. Oh dear God. Okay, this might take a couple scoopies. Oh no, hold on. We're gonna have to do this, like, at a distance. Okay, dude. Magnet fireworks! I'm not sure if that's better, actually. Dude! Devs, this is a cruel trick you're playing on me right now. That didn't even... It didn't even hold the stuff. Huh? Huh? Hello? Okay, time out. Dump in machine. Yeah, that works until I need to do it again. Do you understand the problem? Like, what happens when I need to go grab all this stuff and then haul it over with the magnet, and then I bring the magnet back, and then it pulls all the stuff out of the buckets that I just sorted? Quantum bucket. How'd the first bucket work? Is it just, am I just grabbing too many? Melt it first. You want me to put all the iron and the gold in the same group? Hold on. Approach from far away. Like a deer? Like I'm hunting deer? What do you... The magnet will solve all of our problems, chat, clearly. Now there's dirt and shit in here, dude. It's getting out of control. We need to, okay, I got an idea for the devs for another progression item. Besides the zany magnet physics, I would say create a higher tier magnet that has, well, actually I would say I just want it now. I want the ability to sort what ore I am magnetizing. And that would kind of solve all this. Because it's grabbing gemstones and all sorts of things that I don't want it to even grab. The magnet on a stick magnetically attracts more problems. Yeah, this is worse than it was before. Actually scammed by chat. It's somehow broken everything. Like, even the bucket. Do I need to reload the game? I'm gonna reload the game. Time for a reset. Alright, try this again. Alright, where are we? I accidentally just grabbed, whatever, hang on. Hold left click and approach the pile slowly to grab a smaller chunk of nugs. But what does a smaller chunk of nugs do for me? Like, this is a fairly small amount of nugs already. Like, at this point, it'd be faster for me to hand sort the gems. But they fell through the bucket for no reason. Like, I didn't even mess with them. Let me make sure this bucket's working first. Okay, bucket's working. Where's my miner helmet? Okay, I know we got... I want the onyx... Because I want to make some... I want to get the drill going again. We got so much ore. Magnet on stick solves this? Me 15 minutes ago. Yeah, well, you weren't the only one. There were others. Okay. Assuming that bucket holds, we're gonna take this bucket and move it far away from magnet on a stick. Okay? We'll come back and get that later. Okay, you guys come with me. Not the onyx.
Huh?
Don't lose that onyx, chat. Okay.
Huh?
Some of it does and some of it doesn't. I remember last stream someone said, was like, don't fall for magnet on a stick meme. We understand now. Okay. Dude. Hello? Under what circumstances will this hold to Oregon? It's got a hole in it. Yes, I know at this point it would be easier to melt them all down, but this is a problem that's not just going to magically go away. It's going to keep coming back. So I'm trying to figure out how to solve it now instead of walking all the ore to the different furnaces. Could be a bug. It's definitely a bug of some kind. I don't know if it's new or not. Because, yeah, I mean, here's my question. Will this hold it? Yeah, I don't know how to carry it at this stage. If it magically appeared, why can't it magically go away? The hole in the bucket? If it magically appeared, why can't it magically go away? Me thinking about my acne on my face in middle school. Okay, this works. Okay. Hey. All right. What is this? This is just a rogue iron bar. Is this back to Dragon Age? Who is this? Oh, Black Arts. Daedalic. 2014. Wow. What to listen to next? We already did Sim City. How about this? Maybe a little too intense. There might be too many fight musics in here, but we'll chill for now. Time to replace all buckets with cauldrons. Clearly, yes. Wave Race. You know what? Let's listen to Wave Race again. Okay, we got liquid. Let's get this in a much more transportable form. Now we're talking. Someone's got to clean all this up, and we got to listen to some good music to do it. All right, let's do a test. Not what I wanted. It's almost easier to clean up with a... Where's a bucket? Now it is Viscera cleanup detail, actually. Also, the headlamp is making me nauseous. I don't know if it's better. It's casting all the shadows at my feet. Alright, so we're gonna pick up dirt first. Painstakingly. And then we're gonna make sure the dirt is separate from all the other bullshit. Damn right. So ahead of its time. Please. I don't even know how that happened. Ah, 52 card pickup! Oh my god. Is there any more dirt? I think that's all the dirt that I can see. Okay. Bucket time over. Dude, look at all this gameplay. Alright, we're gonna turn this back on. Just long enough to let this grind the dirt. Is it broken? I don't care if it spews everywhere. That doesn't matter to me. I just don't want any dirt accidentally getting magneted. Alright, is that too loud, chat? Or is that good? Whew. Okay, deep breath. We can do this. There's still a chunk of dirt. Just get out of here. We'll clean that up later. Let's move these ingots out of the way of the magnet. Okay. I believe. Where's my helmet? Where did I put the mining helmets that I got mad at? There we go. Okay. Where's the magnet? Uh-oh. Chat, I think I found a really bad bug. Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind. I mean, I did. The buckets don't hold things, but I thought it deleted the magnet. Whew! Maybe deleting the magnet's a good thing. Maybe that's what'll save us. Maybe we should be deleting the magnet. Okay, chat. It's game time. Okay, that's like that's a majority of the stuff. Now we're gonna turn everything back on. We got the buckets in place. This bucket needs to be moved. He knows. Because it shoots out. Oh no, it's stuck there, isn't it? I'll do it myself. There just needs to be a little spot. Why is that? Why are dirt chunks coming out of here? How did you miss? Oh my god. Cease! Stop the operations! Immediately! Explain, Bucket! Why are you like this? Bucket, hold thing! Bucket, thank you. Dear God. Okay, let's try this again. I got this. All I have to do... You know what this is? This is like, one of those movies where robots start to try to replace my job, and I have to prove, as the human element, that I bring something to the table that my robotic counterpart does not. Like, this is the race. I gotta show the world that we can still beat robots at chess if we try hard enough. Okay? Just because they have every single probability. Oh god, I'm failing against the robots. Just because they know all the odds. That doesn't mean they understand. They have to be able to make other types of decisions. They can't just be arbitrary logic. Sometimes you gotta have feeling and emotion. Chat, I can't simply pick them up and put them back down again to reset the physics, okay? Because when you do that, it also grabs dirt and puts it in the bucket and also screws up the bucket somehow. And also picks up the resource. We already tried that, and just rewind the VOD like 30 minutes, and then you'll watch that when we did that, it shot every resource in 100 different directions. And that's how we got into this mess. You're just asking me to repeat history. Alright, now we can simply just drop them. Do it again, I wasn't watching. Find a clip. They're out there. Alright, we're clean. We're caught up. We're cleaned up. Some of the pieces spilled. We can pick them up. We have so much ore, it's outrageous, actually. Okay, and there's just a teeny tiny number of pieces still. Oh my god, I think we did it, chat. I think we did it. We did it! Now use the magnet. No. I refuse. Chat, what if he spills it again? I will simply not spill it again. In fact, I'm gonna turn the whole machine off because we've got work to do. That's okay. I can allow 3 pieces to fall through. That's perfectly acceptable. And I'll put the other ones in. We will make a big ingot. Okay, we're actually gonna do more than make a big ingot. Okay. We're about to make so much money. Wait, no. Hold on. I see what's coming. Is that far enough? Is that far enough? Too far? I don't remember. I think it's like there. Okay. I want this thing to keep going. Machines are back on, and we need to change what is being sorted to iron. All right, huge dump. Excellent. Somebody's gonna clip that out of context. Okay, now we got all the iron grouped up too. There's better ways to do that, but that's the way we're doing it right now. One iron fell through, that's okay. A few more irons fell through, that's okay. Spilled over the edge. Alright, give me this. Alright, I'm feeling the jams now, chat. What happens if we combine this ingot, though? With this ingot? Okay. Big. Now what if we combine this gold with this gold? Huge gold. All right, let's do this. We are gonna start using up these gemstones, which... Okay, we gotta do the cool onyx one first. But we're about to make a bunch of jewelry. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4... So we're gonna save 2 fairly large ones for the onyx. But then we're gonna make 4 smaller rings. Go get the gemstones now that they're relatively safe. Little gem bucket. All right, finally, good God, we're ready. Let's heat up the gold bars. It's time to go make some cash. And we got onyx already on that. We can heat up the tiny gold bars. I'm just afraid I'm gonna pick up the wrong ones. So we're gonna do these one at a time. Now we're gaming. Now we actually are gaming. In fact, I can turn this back on. I don't really see any reason to keep it off. Except I just saw that miss. Too close. Exclusively gold. And other things, apparently. I guess that's good. It means we're getting better than just constant iron, which is the least valuable. All right, the coveted onyx necklace should be worth a small fortune, I hope. Put it in the dirt. All right, now for the rings. Okay, let's start. So emeralds are the least. Sapphire's fine, but we could do better. There might be some better in this bucket. There's a ruby. What else we got in here? Actually, we got a few rubies. Okay, rubies I think are the second most valuable. We'll do 2 rubies and 2 sapphires. Alright, pull these out one at a time. I wonder if you can just go straight on. God, the shadows are driving me crazy. Okay. I hope they're stacked. They are indeed. Alright, chat. You guys want to take a bet on how much money we're gonna make? You guys want to gamble on how much this haul's gonna be worth? So for context, the most money that we have made to date in a single trip is 1,600, roughly. So on this trip, I will let you bet whether we will make more than either, chat, should we do 3,500 or 4,000? Because it's certainly going to be worth... I don't know. I guess I'll say 3,500. Because the odds will even out. Whatever inconsistencies there are. It doesn't have to be a 50-50. Why not add, like, more than 2 bets? Okay, we get... How much will... We'll Price is Right this. And you guys are gonna get 2 minutes to choose. Okay, 2,000... How do I word this? Wording this is actually more complicated than it appears. A range? Yeah, okay, a range. 2,000 to 3,000, 4,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 6,000, or less than 2,000. Or I guess I could do 0 to 2,000. I'm sorry, it's in a weird order. Hold on. Chat, I want to make sure there's no funny business in this. There we go. All right, you got 5 choices. Good luck. 2 minutes. Big Gamba. You got 0 to 2,000, 2,001 to 3,000, 3,001 to 4,000, 4,001 to 5,000, or more than 6,000. Wait. There is no 5,000 to 6,000 range. Have your points back. Okay, let's try this one more time. It doesn't even remember the last prediction, so I can't even... I gotta type it again. $5,001 to $6,000 or greater. Well, I guess that's 5,000 plus. So 5,001 or greater. Why did I give you guys 5 minutes to vote? Whatever, it'll probably take that long. The machines are breaking down. Oh no, these have to be repaired too? Oh no, I gotta buy repair kits. I don't want the water quality to go down. Is this even on? Is that broken stopping the water flow? Interesting. Okay, so I will continue. We got this big boy. And we need to bring the tractor around so we can start loading all of this up. I don't know anything about this game, so I will only gamble 1/3 of my net worth. I love that these rings just sit. So we're gonna have 2 sapphire rings, 2 ruby rings, a onyx necklace, which I've never sold before, and whatever the heck we can make out of this bar. Off to a fantastic start. Starting with a big-ass sword. Okay, where's the onyx necklace? There it is. Oh, yeah. And then... why not also make an axe? Gonna be kind of small. Okay, I think that's everything, because this factory just kind of broke down, and we need to buy some repair kits. So, I think we're ready to go. We're gonna find out. It's time to sell. Leave our little factory behind. It's busted, so it's not even getting any resources. Did you guys know why in a lot of... have you guys noticed this? In a lot of games with vehicles, or really any movement, but you often notice it with vehicles, that you generally have more power when going diagonal than you do when going straight forward, even though you would think, physics-wise, that the vehicle would have more power going straight on than with the wheels turned. The reason is actually because often in these games like this, you're using 2 forms of momentum instead of 1, and it stacks. So instead of just holding W here, like if we just go, say, straight on here, I'm holding W now. And I can still make it up the hill, but I can find maybe a hill that I can't get up. But when you go in a diagonal direction, you also add, like a combination of going up and left is like 2 forces instead of 1. So like holding up and left, you can see I can scale that pretty easily. Whereas if I just go straight on, it's a little bit slower. And it happens a lot like that. You know in games where sometimes running diagonally is faster than running straight? Because it's like additive speed from two directionals. It's similar to that. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How are you already back? This is the sub sound.
Premium.
Oh wait, this is not the place I want to be. But it's like that in a bunch of games. Okay. Moment of truth. We got 448 for the sword. That's less than I expected, to be honest. Only 587 for the iron goodies. How about the rings? One ruby ring is 727. Oh man, this might be low. Or the onyx necklace could be a game changer. Only 876? Oof. If you bet high. 1,000? We're already out of rings, chat. Wait, no we're not. We got one more. 1182 without even the necklace. And the onyx necklace is worth... Oof. Less than 2,000 total. I honestly would have lost this bet. Okay. 3 total voters bet 0 to 2,000. Jormbrand voted with 10,000 points. For reference, VOD watchers, there were... I'm trying to count. 49... 89... 125? I believe there were around 125 gamblers, and 3 people voted for the minimum 0 to 2,000. Their payout is 184 to 1. So thank you to all participants for donating your roughly 2.6, 2.7 million channel points to these 3 brave souls. Jormbrand just made 184 times 10,000 channel points. Good job. I'll be now choosing the winners. So that's when you pick $1 on The Price is Right, okay? Pick $1 on The Price is Right, and what do you know? And that's why more than 2 options is fun. That actually is why more than 2 options is fun. Just crash the market. Woke up from sleep just to lose precious points. You couldn't resist. I think I would have bet in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, personally. I'm surprised. Fancy tables. Okay, we need repair kits. And we need conveyors soon. Dirt shredder. Shreds dirt. Centers the resources pass through? That's pretty cool. This is the next tier. More or less. Okay, we're buying from this. Repair kits, please, and bring many of them. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy 2 tool bags. because we gotta fix some things. The smelter! Yes, chat.
Huh?
Behold its glory. An upgrade for sure. Anything else in here besides T2 gear? Magnifier I can't afford right now, I don't think. I have 274 left. I'll save it. Okay, so we have like 8 to 10 repairs. I don't remember how many. Should be like 10. A scale? Oh, yeah, I should buy a scale. Should totally buy a scale. It's a good idea, Heroics. Thanks for tagging me. All right, let's go. Did I leave anything? Yes, I did. I left the smelter. Don't distract me, Heroics. Actively trying to ruin the stream.
Huh?
Chat is currently mathing whether you could create an even bar from 3 bars evenly from 1. I don't know, whatever. Anyway. Do you have to fuel the vehicles? No. Where am I? This is the aquifer. I don't live here. Are you guys still doing the math meme? Meatwood Flack says, hey! Oh, some subs. What's up, Meatwood Flack? Thanks for 14 months. Classy Doge with the T2? Thanks, Doge, for sticking around for 22 months. And I appreciate you guys hanging out. Welcome to the quarry. Why did I go? I don't know why I went the long way, but we got some fixes. Get the factory turned back on. Make sure the buckets are in place. Okay, they are. Everything should be back. Very good. All right, so fun thing about this. Does this just work? Hold on. It ought to. Because we should, in theory, be able to simply... Nope, it's too tall. Damn. I could dig down and then auto smelt. Wait, wait. No, because then we just do one thing. When does it tip over? Does it have to go full to tip over? How did we get here again? Oh, you can just click it. That's pretty sick, dude. Okay, well, I could just dig another layer. I feel like that would save us some time. Well, yes and no. Okay, we'd be jamming, chat. We'll just leave it here for now, because I feel like there's a more complex system that we need to be doing. Alright, I'm gonna leave this on. I didn't take a gamer death break, but everything is rolling the way we want it to. We just need to make money. Because we need to upgrade 2 conveyor belts. But conveyor belts are like 200-300 per belt. 200-400 depending on what you're getting. And we only have $274. And I definitely don't want the base to break down, which is why I invested in some repair kits, because we have a lot of things that can break now. We have filters, we have 3 machines, and they tend to break down pretty quick. So I want to make sure that the factory can keep, well, I use the term factory loosely, but I want to make sure it doesn't break. Put my little work stuff over here, get a little cork. Okay, leave you over there, because this is very functional now. It's not fast, but it is gonna make cash. And I'm much happier with the entire like kind of workstation aesthetic we got going on over here. Have some backup buckets. Things look just a how? It's flat. It's literally perfectly flat. It feels a little neater. Things are a little bit more organized. This is my junk closet. Close enough. All right, Builder Hammer, you can go over there too. All right, feeling good. So I think I'm gonna leave this running. It's doing a fine job of just grabbing a bunch of resources for us. We got a nice little quarry spot picked open. I would love to get conveyors working. And also the automatic smelter. And I would like to dig deeper too, but I'm happy with this surface level thing we got going on right now. Because we can always dig deeper anywhere here. It's a very large space. I'm more concerned with just getting this system further automated. Because my dream goal is having this guy, I'm pointing like you can see this guy, that guy, spit resources out, and we have a series of sorters where it sorts iron this way, it sorts everything else, then we have another sorter that splits it into gold, everything else, gems, everything else, blue ore, everything else, and like we can get everything on a separate line. Chat's just pastaing right now. Tons of pasta. Just try not to let anything break while I'm gone, okay? Can you guys do that for me? Can you guys make sure that the drill stays on? I'd appreciate it. I'll let you watch the automatic sorter, and you got a nice like background here. All right, Why is that glowing yellow? Is that supposed to be glowing yellow? I'll be back in a few minutes, though. I'm not going to leave you with this music, because I don't know what it's going to go to automatically next. You can listen to this instead. I'll be back in just a few. Thanks, T-Rex, for the 1-year sub. Happy 1 year. Thanks for supporting the stream once again, BRB.
This is the sub sound premium.
cool screensaver. Did it stop working? Ah, I see. No, not Diddy Kong Racing. Okay, we're gonna go with what game? What game are we gonna go with? We'll listen to this until it gets to the boss tracks. I wouldn't mind playing some more Terraria, actually. I need to play Dragon Ball. Okay, so actually maybe we need to turn this off anyways and do some organization here. Ah, isn't this lovely, chat? Isn't this... Oh, it's already heated. And you simply need to click it, and an ingot appears. Could even combine the two into a large ingot. I guess the downside of this is... Well, I guess this is what this is still for. You have to heat the ingots up. So may as well just leave that little dude in there. Okay, that should be far enough. Is that too far? Yeah, but I guess the only downside of this... Yeah, hold on. Let's get all the gold. This does have to be turned on. It would be nice if there was a valve that only led to the drill, but I can't really do that without also stopping the sorter, which is getting clogged for some reason. Wait for it. Alright, we have a limited amount of time. Ooh! Barely! The lag! I don't know why it was lagging. Why did you do that? Sick. Okay, so now we got a whole bunch of gold. I can't wait until we can sort these things like consecutively into the place that they're supposed to go. For now, though, this is fine. And it's certainly more efficient. I know it's so loud, chat, I know! It's certainly more efficient than it ever was before. Huge gold bar. I keep jumping? Why do you guys keep jumping? Let's take the blue. And then... be smart this time. So you put the empty one first while it's turned off. Then you grab this one. Turn the machine back on. There we go. Now we got all the blue crystals separated. At least for now. Okay. So, we can make an ingot out of these too. Which is still convenient. Alright, we might be able to use this to power something else. I don't know how big these ingots need to be to power something else. Like, it seems like we've been able to cut them in half just fine. The sound of industry. What's the cost of setting up more sorters? Well, right now we're trying to get conveyors, so we don't have to keep layering these down. I don't want them to be gravity fed when we can just buy conveyors, which we need anyways. So, while we're here, I'm just gonna pick a couple of there should only be a handful of iron and gold pieces, and I'll just do that myself. Because I want to get the gemstones out of here. Because we might have some onyx. Okay, that's probably the majority. These look like a bunch of gemstones to me. So what would be nice is actually having a different bucket for each gemstone. That's a fantastic idea. But the question is, where did I put the rest of the buckets? Because we had like 6 of them. And now I see 2. Here's one. This one's just got a bunch of gems. Granted, we only need to have a bucket for maybe 3 at most. Like, 1 for emeralds is the cheapest. And then sapphire. Alright. Oops. Hopefully those actually stay in the bucket this time. That'd be sweet too. How do I keep doing this? You'd think I'd have got it down by now. For the most part, I do. Okay, so now we can just take them out of here. Be like, bzz, in you go. And there's gonna be a way to automate this as well. We just haven't gotten there yet. For now, we'll just be content doing it by hand. I could just sell a bunch of these gemstones, because I don't know how to make money off of emeralds. Because it's better to just use, I think, sapphires and rubies for our jewelry needs. A little bit of iron got left in here, but that's alright. Hello, Sewer Rat. What's up? So, do we get to drill to dig Cloud TM at lower levels? Yeah, lower levels is better resources. Eventually, we can go down there and kind of carve a little space out for ourselves. And then we can have like an underground factory, basically. That's what the mining hat is going to be especially good for, is just seeing in the dark tunnels beneath the surface. Okay, so this is just a little bit of iron. There we go. Nice and organized. That's not quite close enough. That's good. All right. Let's take this out. Put an empty one in. That way we can at least turn the machines back on. Let's sort iron away from everything else, I think, to start. Okay. Machine. On. Sorter's ready to go. Calculated. Totally calculated, chat. It's all part of the plan. It's funny every time. Bastard. There. Fixed. When did they make 3D Terraria? How about now? Okay, that's good to go. So while the mine is gathering more resources and chat continues to meme, what we're gonna do is make some more money. So we got a gold bar here. I wonder... It's gotta be better. It's like, I do feel like there's nothing wrong with just doing one huge sword. I wonder what happens if you do this. I guess it's comes out the same, it just uses all the iron resources. Chat, does anybody know if there's a benefit to doing anything other than just making the sword? Huh? I guess it depends on the stonk market, but I've never seen the stocks up high enough to matter. Whereas with gold, I do feel like the actual solution to gold is use more of your gems. Because, like, I can make a decent sized necklace like this with a ruby. And then we can just make a couple rings and just at least use some of the rubies. Or maybe just make emerald rings and ruby necklaces. In my mind, the sword would be the most efficient use of iron no matter what. That's what I was thinking too, yeah. Hi, Dr. Chat. What's up, Zap Guy? Welcome, people arrivers. Okay, I'm afraid the other one's gonna cool off before we actually get a chance to use this. I might just bring the bucket of emeralds and just straight up sell them. I wish there were more types of metal in the game with different values and rarities. I'm assuming that's part of the in-development portion of the game. Because it seems like it's very predicated on digging deep. And sort of upgrading once you have a functioning facility to one of the other zones in the world. Like getting down to the Dwarven area seems important. Let's check the scale here. Is that a value? Evaluation? 528? Weighs 21.86? Worth 246, weighs 11. So it looks like this is roughly about $1,000 for the jewelry, which is not bad. And then the sword. Did I put the sword in the back of the truck already? The sword appears to be worth 508. So we have about $1,500 worth of stuff. That's enough to afford some conveyors. And then I'm curious how much the bucket O bucket of emeralds is worth? 215. Sure, I guess. We can always get more. Alright, let's leave the factory on and take a little trip to the store. Because I am ready for conveyors, as it happens. Alloys would be a cool thing to add to this game? Yeah, I agree. Just something more than iron and gold where there's cloutium. We just haven't got there yet. We have to dig deeper. I'm not sure if there's anything after cloutium. Cloutium is kind of like what, it's a resource very in demand, content creators especially looking for it. Usually trying to find it, via other sort of helpers. And, willing or not, you know, sometimes. Very in demand.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
Shut the hell up! Don't you dare bring me into this. You bastards. Is it better to put gems into jewelry? I think so, yeah. But I guess I could save the emeralds and just make a bunch of rings, and it'd probably be technically worth more money. But I don't know. There is a way to find out. It's just so much extra work that I don't want to do it. Because I have to heat up, I have to basically make a dozen tiny gold bars, and then heat all of them up, and then drag them all over, and then hammer them myself, and it's just too much. Something broke? I don't think anything's broken. Is the tractor broken? Bonaparte with the Etal Donu for 29 months. Once again, thanks for the tier 2 sub, Bonaparte. Very kind of you. And also Sewer Rat gifting a sub to E-Lake. Big tier 3, 5 in 1. Hey, what up? Thanks for the very generous gift sub. Alright, let's let this continue doing its thing. It seems like it's getting a little messy. That should be fine. Love seeing Etal play Etal games. Yeah, that's definitely one way to describe this. Is this gonna run out of gas, or is it just flashing because it looks cool? Down we go. But this is very much a me game, yes. The world is big. Big, some say. But yeah, there's quite a lot to see and do. Okay, here's the conveyor shop. Well, no, we gotta sell this stuff first. Isn't there a new sub goal to play Flight Sim? Yeah. 'Cause I gotta dig all that stuff out of the closet and reconfigure all the software. Find webcams that I haven't used in a year. Figure out how to mount those. But yeah, he's never playing Flight Sim again. I will eventually. Like I'm gonna play it regardless. Eventually, it's a way to force my hand sooner rather than later. Because I played Kenshi the week after, you know. Not quite as much money as I hoped, but $17.59 is still a fair amount. I'm happy with it. Hey, D. Gatsby. Thanks for the Flight Sim sub. And also, happy 1 year. Thanks for sharing your sub, too. All right. to spend this money on... I think there's a... Ooh. Vertical conveyor. That's the one. Hooks onto pipes. Moves resources. Higher water pressure increases belt speed. So, wait a second. Are we gonna have these hook onto pipes? That is very curious. So it has to be hooked on a pipe, is that right? He won't say streamer lie? What? I'm just not reading. I'm focusing. People Rife Kenshi. That was yesterday. And also next week. And should be some RimWorld tomorrow, by the way, chat. Oh, what's the amount? Okay, first of all, I just want to say this is the intention of this is not to get one person to reach the goal. It's supposed to be a community thing, because I'm not trying to pick up individual chatters, turn them upside down, and shake them by their ankles, okay? I did say at the beginning of this that I max out at 100 subs per person and counting to this, because even that's too much. So I don't want someone to be like, hey, I can do this. Here's 400 subs. You can do more than that if you want for fun. I don't encourage it. I don't even encourage 100. I encourage at most 1 sub per person. Okay, that's the most that I will actively shame somebody for. Okay. And you don't even deserve shame. I just like to make fun of non-subs. You shouldn't actually feel shamed if you're not subbed. It's totally fine to not be subbed, but I still can poke fun at non-subs from time to time. Okay, that's the rules. You pay $5 so that you get made fun of more sometimes, and wait a second, I was gonna say that if you pay, you don't get made fun of, but that's not true. But anyway, I don't want to like single out individual chatters and be like, hey, donate hundreds of subs in order to make the sub goal happen. That's not the intention. It's just supposed to be a medium-term sort of thing to work towards communally. So now that I've given the disclaimer, it's $17.50, which is tricky because see, people give gift subs, and then the gift subs expire in 30 days. So the number is always shifting, but that's true of any month, not specifically these months. That's just the way it works. We've gone as high as 2,000 plus subs and as low as 900 subs. It is riding the wave, chat. Riding the wave. That's just Twitch in a nutshell. And that's true of any content creator. It's just the numbers, the different scales vary from content creator to content creator depending on where they're at. It's a different flavor of bullying. Sure. Okay, how many of these do we need? Multiples, I would say. Because if we can get, we can in theory get... How does this ride on top of a pipe? Never sub, never donated, ad block on stolen laptop neighbor's Wi-Fi. Uh-huh. Well, it's funny, I can click on your account, Nick, and see that you've been previously subbed for 7 months. So what's up with that? That guy's off the grid. But seriously, what are other things that... What... I don't need splitters yet. Splitters is a little advanced. Moves resources. Because I'm just trying to imagine in my mind, right? We got the drill itself. Spit it out. Carry it up. Drop it into the harvester. The harvester. Spit it out. Carry it up. Drop it into... It doesn't even need to carry it up, actually. Can this go adjacent to the sorter? Because we need to spit out and go into another sorter, and spit out and go into another sorter. So, I would say at least one more vertical. And then if we could grab another sorter from somewhere, that'd be good too. This is 969. Nice. And I have $1,000 left. The other sorter should be, yeah, hand sorter is 165. In theory, we should get at least 2 hand sorters, but that's even more pipes because you got to hydro pump this, so you're really setting up other problems because now I need pipes, but not Cloutium pipes because that's just too fancy right now. Definitely another pressure gauge check. And we got it. We're gonna have to go all the way back to the other spot. All right, let's load up the tractor. Are there conveyor sorters? I guess. Wait a second. Gym polisher hooks onto conveyor belts and shreds excess dirt down to a smaller physical size. I'm not really sure what that means. That's not the same as a harvester, though. Is it just to make tiny blocks? Who just gifted subs, by the way? Thanks, Sewer Rat, for the obviously tier 3 gift sub. D Gatsby says Flight Sim. Thanks for the year. Kodiak Panda gifting a sub to Shadow Valentine. Back for 8 months. Enjoy Shadow Valentine. Kieran Kylo helping out. Thanks for 3 years, Kieran Kylo. Someone did say Flight Sim. We'll play it eventually, regardless. Hammer96 gifted 3 subs to Grumpy Finn, Zen Muffin, and Amslada. Enjoy your 30 days ad-free in Simple Anarchy Primin. Hi, Simple Anarchy. And thanks, Sewer Ref, for the gift sub to name I can't pronounce. I think I understand what it's trying to say. Ugh. Turn big dirt chunks into several small dirt chunks. Interesting. What music is this? This is oh, these are boss fights or what? Sort of. There we go. Sorry. Okay, I see polisher hooks, polishes gems. There's a lot of goodies here. I don't see I don't see a merger. The splitters seem like what we want. And I got 2 of those. Huh? Hmm? Okay. This is kind of a game changer, though. I just wonder if we have... We don't have... We might have enough water pressure to do this, right? Let's give it a try. Did I bring my money? Or did I leave the money? Do items need to land on flat belts? I don't think so. But we'll see. I would like to bring the money. Almost forgot. But anyway, thanks for the subs, everybody. I appreciate supporting the stream. Now we can support the mine. And if you just got here, you can see what we've already got. Because we are about to make some very good improvements for automation. And eventually, we're going to want multiple smelters automatically just doing their job. We can run around, click them, and create bars as we see fit. Is it daytime or nighttime? Okay, another piece is broken down. Get that fixed. We have a very healthy amount of ore. I don't know how this is happening, though. Sometimes they get stuck for seemingly no reason. Gotta go pick the parts clean, just like real life, I guess. So, to get this actually functioning the way we want, we are going to have to move some things around. So, Chad, do we have to decide if, do we want to keep this operation on the surface? Or do we, like, we've already kind of dug a little pit. Do we want to keep digging? And try to make it go down a couple levels? That seems like a lot of work. For something that's already mostly functional. Plus, that means I have to move all this stuff, which is not that big of a deal. Alright, give me 1 sec though. I gotta take care of Doggo real quick. One quick, very quick BRB, hold on. Hey. Back. Whew. So. Something else broke? This is why I got 2 repair kits. All these filters keep breaking. This one's almost out. So, how do you guys want to do this? We got a good thing going here. It kind of feels bad to just turn it off and do a conveyor. I kind of have to move a bunch of stuff to even test them. I guess we can at very least unload this. Because this could be as big or small of a project as we want it to be. Like, am I happy with the surface level? Not really, but am I prepared to dig deep, deep? No, because what if I screw up the build? And then we run out of the moneymaker? Because right now, this is just a moneymaker. I think we just expand on what we've already got here, to be honest. And then, so here's my question. Can you buy extra drills? Can we find other drills? Or is this like the setup that we have to make work for a while? And if so, how expensive are they? Make second moneymaker to get 2 money, that's what I'm saying. Yes, but not buy exactly. You build drills. You have to make them. Well, that doesn't exactly answer my question. I'm just gonna Google it. Hydroneer, how to get more drills as a suggestion. Where to get more drills? Okay, you need about, oh, that's what you forge an ice helm. There's a store that sells minis of each machine. You put that on the plinth, supply the iron and cloutium. Okay, yep. And you need... about 200 G to buy the blueprint, and then 300 pounds of iron. Okay, 200 G, as in like... cheater. 200 G doesn't sound like much. Like, actually just 200 gold? Oh, you have the no spoiler tag? Sorry, it's not more detailed. It's fine. I vary based on what I consider a spoiler or not. In this case, I don't think it's something that I would have figured out on my own, because I've already explored that location, and that's not the information that I took away from looking at it. I did see the big forge, but it didn't occur to me that that was going to make drills. And the reason for that is probably just because a lot of the items that you need in this game are scattered across different stores. So I would have just assumed they were in a store location I hadn't explored yet. But apparently there's signage. But yeah, typically I say no spoilers, but in this case I feel like it's just a core gameplay thing. That I'm not sure if I would have ever figured out on my own. Okay, but I was just trying to see if it was accessible to get another drill right now in order to do a test, but I don't think it is. So we're just gonna have to wing it. Yeah, the forge is a nice curveball. Yeah, it adds a different gameplay dynamic that I think is really cool. Gives you a different objective, which is always nice. Bucket. You go over here with your friends. Preferably in a standing position. Or not. Thank you. Okay. So this is still going strong. How do these connect? Like that, I guess? Wait, no, like that? So they have to ride over pipes? That is interesting. So that's another logistics nightmare. Okay, we have a ton of resources. Let's just turn this off for now, so I can play with this. Alright, let's get rid of some things. Chat, prepare your ears to be spooked. Okay, I've warned you. Turn your volume down now! Alright, you're good. So scary, so loud. It gets them every time. Alright, then we're just gonna go ahead. You know what? Let's just go ahead and make these into ingots. And then start figuring out how to use the conveyors. Alright, now the gold pieces, please. I do have to turn the machine back on. Is that close enough? I think it is. Alright, turn the machine back on. Pour it into the sorter. Some of them bounced out, but most of them got where they were supposed to go. So I'll count it. Okay, then these guys. Now we'll turn it off again. Hello, Habitual Oaf. What up? Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the after midnight EST slup. Sorry, I didn't warn you this time. Sometimes you get a warning, and sometimes you don't. But yes, that is substantial quantity of iron. Sounds like my guts after a burrito. Sure. Okay, conveyors and sorters. How work? I think the best thing we can do is grab the pick. We can expand that way a little bit, but I was hoping to expand more that way. But for some reason, it's moving in the other direction. For now. I don't know how far we can... Can we go all the way up here and dig still? Yeah? Okay. So we got some space. But I did want to go more that way. But this is fine. I just have to move some of our tools and equips. I have my nice little junk corner over here. No more. Junk corner's got to be moved. Okay, I do have a vague idea of how this is going to work. I'm just hoping we have enough water pressure to make it work. Mego base? The Mego base? Sort of. Okay. Basically, we need to make a little bit more room in this direction. A little here, too. A little closer to my forge setup. How about go one here, too? All right. So if you don't know what I'm doing, the goal here is sort of difficult to explain, but in short, the plan is create a system of sorters. It's going to save us a significant amount of time and ultimately lead to automatic smelting as well. We can move this stuff if necessary anyway. So like this bucket is going to disappear. Okay, and in its place, we also need to dig that. Or just rake. The rake is a powerful ally. Yeah, so we need pipes. Because like this needs to be a T now. So where's the building hammer? We need to unlock some of these pipes. we got some major construction to do. We don't have that many T's or curves either, so that may be a problem, but... Huh. There's a better way to do this in general, actually. It's just going to result in slightly lower pressure. It's actually just as easy as, like, moving this back. And then... moving all this back, actually. Some slight construction. But if we, like, scooch this, it gives us more room to add the splitters that we need to add. Instead of doing them, like, here, awkwardly. So we can do a lot with just that one extra space. Extremely useful. Where did I drop the hammer? I don't know why I dropped it over there, but okay. So yeah. Scrap the whole thing. Throw it all away. There's a lot of green names in chat. Why are there so many green lads in chat right now? Mog! Yeah, like if I cared about pressure, I could actually put a pressure. I only have 2, so I'm trying to keep them safe for now, but I can always add one later. Because I have one here, so it's only degrading by like 3, 6, 9. It's not that much. But yeah, we can just add a straight piece. Boom. That way we can actually add valves and turn off individual components if we want to, which is kind of cool. That has value. Green is awesome.
Here we go, lads. We're on our way. The Green Boys.
Huh? Okay, put that back. So I did all that because it makes sense. You just have to believe me. It gives me a lot more flexibility at the expense of a teeny bit of water pressure. So like now, if I wanted, I could put a water pressure gauge there, or I could start the descent faster and dig it out, and then put the water gauge pressure right in front of it. Then over here, we can do another T. And then I put a little straight piece in, and I can keep going. Because the problem is, the reason why we got to do all this is because you got to build the conveyors over an existing water pipe, which is interesting. It effectively means that we'd be better off actually doing this different. I need to unlock one more. Okay, if we unlock these and scooch it out and then go get the pickaxe. Alright, might be a little too crazy now in Terraria world. I don't know if that's exactly what I'm looking for. I hate that the drill is so elevated. It looks dumb. But it's also my build. I did that. This does just make a lot more sense, though. Because, see, now we can do the little elbow. It saves us a lot of pieces. Because then I can put the splitter down here. What's the pressure going to be like? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. It's going to be like 80%, but I don't know if that pressure matters there. Getting funky. Can we come back and rebury the pipe later? You could, but I don't know if that is beneficial in any way. We're gonna need a lot more T-pieces, aren't we? Because I'm trying to figure out how the heck the conveyor is gonna ride over the pipe here in any way that makes sense. Because it needs to go... Chad, does it have to go to flat piece first? Is it... How do you get a conveyor... Didn't we buy at least one flat piece? Where is it? Did I not buy a flat piece? Not even one? Does the vertical conveyor belt not go up? Do they only go down? They go up. These are up, right? How much money do we have? 660. That's enough for a conveyor. Does it plug in from the bottom? Yeah, there needs to be something under it. Which makes it confusing to have a sequence of... I think this is intentional by the devs. Also, the Terraria music is good, but also too intense now. Let's go chill. Chill with more SimCity. There we go. Anyway, you have to have a pipe under every conveyor belt piece, which adds an extra layer of challenge that isn't typically found in this kind of game. So for example, these guys are the sorters, but if we plugged in where it makes sense to plug in, this is what we want, but we have to get a pipe here. Can it just be a straight pipe? But then how do I get the resources to be spat out onto a conveyor? Because this thing... And then we need a cork. Which I did buy, but I don't know if I brought. There was a cork. There it is. Okay. I don't expect this to work, but I'm also just gonna try it and see what happens, because we just need to experiment a little. So let's say gold there. I need a basin. I need actually 2 basins. We'll say iron here. And then I need a 3rd basin. Where the heck is everything? Let's just see if this works. I doubt it, but it could. Who knows? Turn it on. See what happens. Science. Well, the conveyor's definitely rotating. This is not. Nope. I didn't think that was gonna work, but I thought maybe the hitbox was funky. That would be the easiest way. Let's go on an adventure. I could also just make some gems real quick. Probably worth. The words of a true engineer. Let's just see if this works. Probably not, but it could. Yeah. But I need to go back to the conveyor store, and I'm gonna have to go back to the pipe store, but we have plenty of these guys. We just need more elbows and T's. In unknown quantity. Alright, iron, we'll do you second. And we're gonna make 2 ruby necklaces here. Maybe. There's 1, and... here's 2. Boop. Okay, those should be equivalent.
Theoretically, it could work.
Turn the T pointed down and sync the conveyor level. If you sync the conveyor level, then you may as well just put the sorter down there. Right? I guess you only have to sync 1 tile, but then you need an entire elbow. You need more space for the water to reach there. This is also not the best way to do things anyways. The output would be in the ramp. What does that mean? Okay. What did I need? Oh, big sword. Huge sword. Oh my god, that's a half? That's a half. Ooh. Unit. So the benefit of using the little sorters right now is price, and also, like, they can output 2 conveyors as well. So they're cheap and they don't require a ton of conveyor belts at the moment. Which also requires pipes, which also requires fluid. I don't know. It's convoluted. Okay, let's haul stuff and figure out what we need to buy, because I really like to get conveyors working if we can. That would be lovely. I think I just need some more conveyors. Especially of the horizontal variety. Could you use the conveyor to lift the dirt up to the grinder without having to drop a level? You could, but since I'm already down there, there's no downside to using the gravity fed. This is what you get for being all fancy instead of doing it with your bare hands like God intended. Damn straight. Alright, let's sell our stuff first. Should make a pretty penny here. It's 1,119. I don't know why it's... Do we really use that much more iron? We may have. Okay, this is pretty good cash. 2279. Add that to the 660 we've already got. We can afford some things. We can get a little fancy. Ow. There is that gem compressor that was kind of interesting. I wasn't really sure what it did. Compresses cut gemstones used by either the hand lever or logic. It certainly sounds cool at 2340. but I don't really... Does it just make big gyms? We also have tier 2 tools. Magnifying glass to see what's breaking would be handy. I think I've been wanting that for a while. Where was all this gold for that bed a while ago? I don't know. I'm not sure. We also have the Cloutium tanks, which are nifty, though expensive. I'm tempted to buy the gym thing, but I'm trying to get automation first, so we can do the gym thing afterward. Alright, let's go to the conveyor shop then.
Huh?
Oh, I need money. Okay, that's helpful in its own way. We just need to, like, to just go ham on belts. I don't know why I got in the car. It's literally right here. Walking anywhere in Vegas? No. Driving across the parking lot to the other shop you want to go to? Yes. So we need some of these. And then I know that there's splitters, mergers, and centralizers. Centers resources. We got tiny dirt. We got this Cloutium dirt shredder. I don't know what makes that better. Then we got mergers. Allows the creation of junctions. We got the vertical and the split. And the split. And the sides. I know that chat keeps saying there's a... place resources on the tray to split. Like, I know that. I guess we just need to migrate to this because of the... Like, I thought I could do the hand sorters, and technically you can. The reason I liked the hand sorters was in theory because they were significantly cheaper. Like, you can buy 3 or 4 hand sorters for the price of 1 splitter. But if it can't reach the conveyor belt, then it's not really that good. Long story short. But it would be funny to come, like, you can come up with a setup in which it works. As you can see, the hand sorter can't handle large inputs. What does that mean? Well, there's usually not large inputs. Like, you mean quantity-wise? That's just when I do it. I wouldn't be doing that normally. It would be going one at a time, like hopping along. But yeah, I guess we'll just... What is alt? Does it just face a different direction? So what? This one splits forward and left? Okay. I guess I'll buy 2, because I'm trying to think. It goes forward. Forward here and then left. And then I guess we'll do forward and left again. Okay, how much money do I have left? It's supposed to merge. There we go. $24.99. Okay, so we can actually afford like 3 of these pretty healthily. I don't know if I want 3 forward and lefts, but that's what we're getting. And then we can get these, which are only $2.20 to go straight.
Huh?
Okay, and then the corners are $2.40. Right corner, left corner. I'm trying to imagine. I think we would want a right corner on these.
Huh?
Dude, transporting all this is gonna be such a pain. 22. Okay, we got room for 24. We can come back and get more. Let's get another straight.
Huh? Huh?
$24.96? Barely. I'm broke. $3. All right, load them up, and let's do what we've been trying to do all night long. There are no shop owners, just take anything you need. It's based on a morale, okay? Like, not a morale, a morals. We have to have morals because they know, they're watching. If you try to leave, they have a proximity sensor. You know, like when you go to buy like a video game or an expensive item in a grocery store and it has a little thing they have to remove at the front with the little sensor on it? Every single one of them has that. Except in this case, if you try and leave with it, it disintegrates before your very eyes, instead of simply setting off an alarm. It sets off an alarm and disintegrates. Both. This is the wrong way. They're kind of both the wrong way, but this is fine. We'll still get there. We just gotta go past all the dang trees. This is the aquifer. Where the hell am I? Wait, it is back that way. Oops. I get lost. And apparently stuck. You put vehicles in your game, I am going to crash them. Those are the rules. That's just how it works. You left your $3, it was a tip. Yeah, I tipped the shop owner. Okay, where is the mining cap? That's not it. Okay, chat. We got some new toys. Quite a few new toys, in fact. Spends over $2,000, leaves a $3 tip. You do what you gotta do, okay? How do you... 76. Oh, there's a number. It's 35, 88, 33. This thing's at a hundo. This thing's at 92. These are really healthy. The water filters keep breaking, though. Kicking the can down the road. Okay, still helpful, though. All right. This pain in the ass. Well, we've got a bunch of conveyor pieces. We can move all this stuff over and then clean it up later. We're just a little disjointed is all. Here's my question. Should we stay on the surface level? Or should I move the drill down a level? Or should we move the drill down 2 levels even? I think that's gonna be too much work. I think right now we leave it where it is. Down, yeah, I think down eventually, because that's gonna be a whole ordeal. Right now, we can still make good money from the surface, and then we can work our way down. I think right now we just deal with what we got. All right, let's move this stuff out of the way. Get the basins out here. Because things are about to get a little crazy. Okay. So let's get rid of you. We're done with the hand sorters. I guess I just bought an extra 1 or 2 for fun. Stop being so dramatic. Thank you. Okay, we got a couple of just straight iron pieces. May as well clean up after ourselves. Is there a sleep mechanic? There is, but it's for the weak. I have a mining helmet because I am a man. All right. I don't think there's any reason to change this setup. It's just gonna spit stuff into the grinder, right? But the grinder, we can have change up what happens. So I do still like this coming out where it is, I think. We need to get our baby's first conveyor belt down there. I'm assuming you can build it over corners. Okay, so this is gonna be just a regular. I guess you could do a sorter immediately. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Chat, hold on. Quick fix. Same thing. Same thing. It's gonna lose what? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21% pressure. I'm almost tempted to just take this out entirely, and just like move it down to these different sections. We can do this better too. You didn't think about this, did you? Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Now save the corner piece. We can get the water pressure guy. Why would you go that way? Okay. Boom. Boom. It's advanced. Very advanced. Okay, but now we need to increase water pressure to this. I got you, chat. I got you. T intersection, baby. Huh? Okay. Looking good. Looking clean. Refunded T intersection. Add another water pressure tank there. Everybody's gonna be working at full capacity for pressure. I got another ingot for you. Get in there. Whew, powered on. This is looking clean already. I like it. Now, this can go. We need the hammer again. Boom. Boom. Actually, we will need some of these. Because we gotta come up with, like, conveyor problems. Which way do I want this to go? This way's fine. I just need to dig and move some things. What's the point of this game, Etalyx? How long have you been here? You dig. What do you mean, what's the point? You dig and you get ore. Then you get better ore and you get money. You spend money to buy machines to get more money. Yeah, to build more machines to get more money. Why do you go to work? Why do you go to school? Why do you keep watching every single show that comes out on Netflix? Okay? Same reasons. Why do I go to work? But you go to work so you can earn more money so that you can get more things slash work more. Just to get more money. Thanks, I'm having an existential crisis right now. You're welcome. It's a cycle. Where the heck is the pickaxe? Anyway, it's the same point as Factorio. More resources, automation for automation's sake. I work so I can afford money to pay for gas, drive to work to make money to pay for gas, and eat. Just to feed yourselves. Feed yourselves, and maybe sometimes you splurge a little bit on a Steam sale. Or maybe you have a fancy dinner at a nice restaurant to justify all the hours. God, this tool is so good. Most of the time, it's so good. There we go. Okay, looking much cleaner now. Not done, mind. There's magic. There's the magic pixel. I don't know what this gold nuggie is doing here. I was influenced by Etel to buy stuffed crust pizza today. That was my monthly treat. Ambient music to dissociate and mine to. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, but seriously, we got these sweet-ass splitters. So that, okay, look. Mine dirt. Dirt gets purified. Dirt comes out as one of two things. One of many things, actually. If we want iron first, all I need to do is grab a little piece. And if I place it on top of this bar, it will sort all of the iron and scooch it off to the side. It's over the pipe, so it'll get water power to turn on. And now that it's going this way, what we really want is another pipe. Probably just, we're gonna need a lot of plugs. It just occurred to me. We will need potentially a lot of plugs. So this needs to be a T intersection. That's confusing. Did that pick up the pipe too? Give me that back. Chat. Give me the damn... Why is it taking the whole thing? Okay, there we go. Because, yeah, we need a T intersection there. Because it gets split off, and then we want it to go up the elevator. But what I'm wondering is... if we do a curve here... and we send it up the elevator... this is looking awesome. Okay, then... we grab this guy. And it dumps all the iron into a nice, neat bucket for us to make ingots out of, without even having to work. No work required.
Huh?
Something wrong with these tiles? Maybe I need to dig with the pickaxe? Why is chat talking about monkey NFTs? What are you guys talking about, dude?
Huh?
Thoughts on the monkey NFTs, Etalyx? I actually do have some thoughts, because I'm just curious, how did NFTs become monkeys personified? Like, they could have been anything, like stamps, you know? Like, stamps can be flowers, or trains, or the planets. How did we get monkey bros out of literally anything in existence that we could have made into cool, weird images? Why couldn't it have been like Hot Wheels cars or something? I don't know. Anyway, this is I think a potentially functioning plan here. Really depends on how much water pressure we need. Because we should be able to... I don't see any reason why we can't put these side by side until we need to send them further down the line. Unless chat can come up with a reason, because I think this is just gonna work. Just continuously split. We just need more cauldrons, but until we have said cauldrons, I can simply use buckets. Cauldrons are expensive. This is a very compact design. It's probably not future-proof, but this is a industrializing game. I ask you, what is future-proof? Conveyors do go faster with more pressure, so what I'll probably do is delete this. Because I don't have that many pressure tanks. In fact, I don't even know if I have another ingot. Because we got that. We got 2 here. Need another one on this side. I could probably make one. Because we have a bucket. We do have a bucket. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's probably sufficient. Okay. We got one more set. So I think all we need is a couple more tubes. Chad. I'm ready. Okay, we actually didn't need the straightaway pieces yet, but it's always nice to have. Oh wait, that's a curved piece. Bro, I love tubes. Tubes are my favorite. We only have 3 elevators and 3 splitters, so I guess this works. Okay, I hope that's large enough to actually give some power to this. I am basically ready to give this a try. I just need to put what to split. So, I need some gold. We don't have... Where's the gold? Did we use all of it? We don't even have 1 gold. Okay. We also used all the blue pieces. So, we're gonna have to do this differently. Here's 1 bucket for you. And here's 1 bucket for you. And then I guess this is just gonna roll off also into a bucket. All right, let's go, chat. What about that floating gold? I don't remember where it went. It's gone now. In the bucket is gold? This bucket? No, the bucket. The bucket? The bucket? What bucket? Alright, whatever. I need another basin. Stop distracting me. This basin? This bucket? Oh, that is gold. You meant the basin. The pan. Whatever. Okay, where's the cork? Cork? I guess we could use a second cork, but we can actually just have it drip. And listen to that annoying sound. We could just have this drip into an actual bucket. God, we used to have like 10 buckets. Now I just have a basin. Pan. Whatever. Alright, chat. I think we're ready to at least give this a try. All I need is to tell the sorter to go there, and then I'm going to put blue stuff on that, and this is going to be very interesting. Let's give it a shot. Ow. I'm trying to see if this is working. It seems like it's working. Elevator go up. Spit into cauldron. Gold go up. Kinda, sorta lands where it's supposed to. It's gonna eventually bounce out, isn't it? It's definitely gonna bounce out sooner or later. That was close. Has nothing else come out? Oh, there's a gem. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the blue. Oh, there's nothing being sorted on this yet, so it's just sending everything. Wait, it just, oh, it splits in half when there's no filter. Okay, that's pretty sweet. That's good to know. No filter means an even 50-50. Chad, this is sick. All right, we finally did the thing we've been trying to do this entire time. You know, I could have been playing this game for the past 8 hours, but instead I watched this.
You're damn right. And look at it go. It's a beaut.
So I think my next goal would probably just be to get 3 cauldrons. Well, 2 cauldrons, one for iron and one for gold. And then the rest can just... No blue ore left. The next thing you're supposed to do is go down. Like, dig down and get better ore. And get more drills. Why have them go up before dropping in the bucket? Because they're supposed to be dropping into a cauldron. There's just not a cauldron here. And the cauldron is higher than the conveyor. Because these 3 are smeltable. I mean, this is not. But they haven't spit out a... Ah, there you are. You beauty. Alright, that's to sort the blue. And then eventually we could also sort all the gemstones. However, for now I just want to lock most of this stuff in place. Wait, this is the wrong hammer. I knew that. 2 hammers. Where's the other one? God, everything is so messy now. There's a pickaxe. This game needs people you can hire to do work? Yeah, play co-op multiplayer then. That's all you gotta do. I don't know where the hammer is, chat, but I'm satisfied with the work that we have done. The hammer's somewhere around here. We got an automatic drill. It chews up a resource, spits out the finished product up the conveyors, automatically smelts the iron. Soon will be automatically smelting the gold and the blue. The hammer's behind the gym buckets. I think you're right, yeah. So a lot of these don't necessarily need to be locked. But I'm gonna do it anyways. Because it would be really annoying to pick them up. There we go. Looking good, chat. Also, I want to see what water pressure is in some of these places. This should be really high, because those are going quite fast. Did we not buy another measure? Yeah, here's one. I'll put one. $97. Okay, these should all be about the same, too. Look at it. Gold, iron, blue stuff. I win. For now. I'm satisfied. It's also been 8 hours, chat. I'm gonna go make some food in real life. We can plug the annoying sound, Samir, next time. Because this is a fun game. Probably play it again. But it's all coming together. It actually is, like, advanced over where we started. We have enough space. We got automatic sorting. I don't have to lift a finger except to... See, we can also do automatic gym cutting, too. And then we can split those into different groups. And then compress them. So that's probably the next goal, is to solve the gym. Like, get the smelters automated, leave this running around the clock, and then get the gyms automatically cut, compressed, and sorted. Free gym cutting? You heard me. But yeah. There's gonna be this problem until we get the smelters. But that's okay. Looking good, chat. Looking good. Our little factory is blossoming. And I'm enjoying it. Hydroneer is solid. There's some bugs. There's some issues with things getting stuck and not being picked up by the buckets they're supposed to, but either way. Whew, let's save and quit. Leave it running overnight, it breaks down, unfortunately. But I'll be back for RimWorld tomorrow. So we'll do modded RimWorld, alright? Thanks for hanging out tonight, chat. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed watching us move. We had to shift the entire factory over. It was a huge pain, but we figured out how to use the rake. We found onyx for the first time. We got conveyors working. We got automatic smelters, magnifying glasses, figured out water pressure, figured out water filters, and much more. So, quite a lot. Very productive. And having a lot of fun. So, I am going to go eat some food. And I'll see you for modded RimWorld Zombie Magic Mayhem. Hopefully around 2, maybe a little later. It's like 2 to 3 p.m., let's say, Pacific. Okay? Should be a good time. But thanks for coming. Thanks for making the streams fun for me, and for tagging along for another build stream. We had nice kimchi yesterday. Had some building on Tuesday. GG, thanks, Etal. Thanks, Psycho Merlin. See you later, Grey Fox Hound. Have a good one, Sea Cold, Zap Guy, Advice Dog, Chaotic Kiwi, Xenophanes, The Dark, Miss Lycidae, Doctor, Professor Nova, Lima Beans, Sludge Puppies, Bucky, E-Lake, and Fronald, and Flapjack, and Butterfinger. CEO Valcorp. Have a good one, everybody else. People, bye. Also, we're gonna go say what's up to your boy Simcopter1. He's playing a game called Sunday Gold. Let's go say what's up to Sim. I'm gonna send you guys to a nice place and leave you with someone who will take good care of you. Okay? Good night for now. And I'll catch you for the Friday stream tomorrow. All right? Night night. See you next time. Go give Sim some love and a nice strong raid. Have a good one.